Welcome, everybody. Seems like we have half a full house here, but welcome, and I'd like to call the regular city council meeting of August 13th to order. Ms. Cassandra,
Mayor David Romero,
here.
Councilor Marvin Martinez,
Present.
Councilor Barbara Casey, Councilor Michael Montoya, Councilor David Ulivari.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a quorum.
Will you give us some pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Casey, a minute of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us all take a moment of silence to remember those in our community who have passed away this last month. Also to pray that everything that we do on this council is for the good of the community and not for personal gain, and that everything that we do is done with guidance, love, integrity, and good intentions.
Councilors, anything to add to that? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, approval of the agenda.
Any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to go ahead and accept the agenda as presented.
Motion by Councilor Martinez, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Casey. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to public input. We have 3 individuals signed up for public input this evening. Our first one is Alejandro Rivera, speaking on Amistad en Resolana. Mr. Rivera?
The public input now. The public, okay.
Buenas tardes. Thank you for having me here. Council, Mayor, Las Vegas, thank you for the opportunity that you're giving us to present, under the bridge, me da gusto. I'm really glad that we're here and that we can provide services for our community, especially for our youth. We just embarked in a boxcar derby that we actually need the bridge so that we can continue to build these boxcars for the kids. We've now engaged in the bicycle idea as well. We've had several individuals build bikes, take them home, and it's been a prideful, beautiful adventure that we need in this community for the youth. So we're providing these services, and therefore this is why we need the venue under the bridge so that we can continue this this idea and this whole thing for the community. Me da gusto y un placer de estar aquí. Adelante a todos. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Mr. Heru. He's also speaking on Amistad en Resolana.
Good evening, everyone. Council, Mr. Mayor, Chief. I ran a quite successful youth program in 2018 and 2019. Unfortunately, it came to an end only due to the COVID lockdowns, which impacted us all. Since then, I haven't seen much in the area of support for the youth, and I came across Mr. Rivera and what he's doing with Amistad. I believe it is a very strong program. It's something that the neighborhood needs, and that space under the bridge can really be dynamic for the city to have a space where we could come and have the expansion program to be outdoors, to be in the shade. If lights can be added under the bridge to minimize vagrancy, a lot of positive things would emanate from that. And I'm hoping that it will be fully considered so that they could go forward and see a great expansion to their program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Molly Smollett speaking on Samaritan House Shelter.
Greetings to council members and all the people in back of me. My name is Molly Smollett, and I've been in this beautiful community for 30 years from New York City. I was active against homelessness in New York City, where you would pass by homeless people on the streets and people would just pass them by. An interesting thing happened this morning when I went out of a coffee shop on Railroad Avenue and two tourists asked me, what is special about this town? And I said, caring. Because I walk with a cane and every time I go to the post office, the door is open for me. And not only do they open the door, they say, how are you doing? So I feel blessed that I'm in this community. So in the tradition of caring, I feel that we have to support the Samaritan House Shelter big time. Or do we want to see people on the streets not housed and lying on the streets? So that's all I have to say, and I love you all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes public input for this evening. Moving on to mayor's appointments, reports, recognitions, and proclamations.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, we had a person talking about under the bridge, and whoever's using anything under the bridge, do they have a license or a permit? I know it belongs to the city and to the state, and they've been using that for something, but they misusing it. And the thing is that they use it for storage, and that's not right, because it's city property and state property. And if they do, they have to have permits, and they have to have licenses.
Counselor, that item's coming up.
Yes, sir.
So when we get to that item, so right now, we just did the public input, and then I'll have my reports and your guys' reports.
Thank you.
And then when we get to that item,
Thank you, sir.
there'll be, I'm sure, a lot of discussion.
Let me know.
All right. Ms. Cassandra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you have a mayor's report?
Yes, so councilors, I know Councilor Casey and Councilman Montoya and the rest of the council had wanted kind of a brief summary of, I know Councilman Martinez and I had the opportunity with your guys' approval to attend the National NALEO Annual Conference. I did give you guys a summary, and I'll give that to Ms. Cassandra for the record. I could go into it to detail, but I know we have, quite a lengthy agenda. But in summary, I think there was some good networking. I think it was almost prime opportunity also for us to sit down with our state auditor up in Atlanta, and timing was kind of perfect for that. We were able to get through our audit, and I know that's later on here in the agenda. But some good training. Basically, one of the big ones was land use, housing, and community development. Couple of bullet points, address affordable housing shortages, prevent displacement, reform zoning. I know some of our zoning issues, that community development has to deal with. Some ideas there. Leveraging federal funds, public-private partnerships, and I think we're starting to build that. I know Mr. City Manager's working with other agencies in some of these issues. One of the other sessions, emergency and disaster preparedness, and I think Councilman Martinez was able to basically give our scenario as to what happened with us, with the fires and that was pretty awesome. But I'll just, I know if Councilman wants to add for his report, but, I gave you guys a summary, community leadership in challenging times, balancing public safety and mental well-being. The new financial landscape, a lot of discussion was held as to the federal level and the cuts that they're making and how we should be preparing. So, as we move forward with our budget and how to, what's happening at the federal level and how we could prepare at the local level. So a lot of discussion there. And then just takeaways on, and I know they just mentioned here, involving the youth in our community. So a lot of basically educational leadership training that we had the opportunity to attend. It was a quick 3 days. We did make our trip short and make sure that, whatever funds we did use were timely, so we didn't spend the extra night or anything. So we made it cost effective for what we learned, I believe. Moving forward, couple of things that have come up in the past. We had an opportunity to meet with the county. Mr. Manager, I'm sure you'll touch up on that real brief. City manager and I went to meet with FEMA to discuss, future funding, some issues that we had our quarterly meeting. We also met with Mr. Jay Mitchell this morning, just continuing to fight for, additional funding on our future needs. I think something big more discussion on a topic will be next week on the agenda, so I won't cut too much into that. A lot going on. We had Ward 1 Amnesty Day cleanup. Councilman Montoya is next this week and following. I think that's big for our community as we clean up and give the community the opportunity to get rid of stuff in their yards that they need to. So a lot of good things. I do want to note, I know HR is here. We've had a big increase in hires. I believe I was told we had 11 in our orientation, which is huge. So thank you to HR for what you guys are doing. And I think a lot of the promotion and marketing that the PIO is doing is working, or something's happening, because good things are happening. I know I did ask city manager and HR to give us a brief summary in the past year to 2 years, going back to kind of see if we could graph that out and see how we've done on hirings. And I think we're going to see major improvements in the past 3 months. So, good things. I'll just summarize that. I know we need to move on, and that'll be my summary for this week, and I'll add more next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our councilors' reports.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman, anybody?
going back to what I started a while ago about on railroad, under the bridge. I don't know if it's owned by the city or the state. They gotta have permits, we gotta have insurances. Make sure we got that, because we got a lot of stuff under there. We don't use it for anything. And we gotta talk to the county or the highway or the Department of the Municipal. Anyway, I want to thank Mr. Marquez, David, for the Amnesty Day last weekend. I don't know how many tonnage we picked up on Ward 1. I'm not sure how many tonnage we did there. I did participate on it. I did a day on it. We cleaned out Ward 1. There were some other people that came in from other wards, clean up. We still have a lot of residents that need to take care of their yards, and weeds are bad because our weather's been really rainy. But we're all trying our best to take care of it, Mr. Manager, and I just want to thank the staff for doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Martinez?
I would like to just touch up a little bit on the trip that we took to Atlanta, and one of the big things that emergency disaster preparedness was a very good session that we attended, and it talked about what are we doing as a community to make sure that we have the funds to support disasters that can hit our community and so forth. But it goes way beyond that, because there's other communities that have gotten impacted with fire and it burned even part of their town. We were lucky in that sense, where, the impact to us is just simply water. And of course, there's other things that go along with that, the arroyos and streets and all the other stuff that goes along with the fire that we had here. But it's interesting to find out how other communities have handled emergencies like this, and making sure that we have the funding back, a cushion to be able to, to support their communities was the only way they could get out of it. So there was a lot of good learning information, a lot of good learning curve for both of us. And I mean, there was plenty of other sessions to attend and a lot of information to get out there and explain. And we explained our story as well to to that same session. So on another note, just some other little impacted information from my ward, but I know that our city managers addressed those small issues, some of it nuisance properties and so forth that he's been working on. So I do appreciate that. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to apologize if anyone called my landline at home. I get a lot of constituent requests, but we didn't have any phone service for a week. And if they didn't know how to get in touch with me, I even had some people coming over to the house because they thought I had an office here. And they were surprised when I said, no, counselors don't have an office, we all work from home. So I apologize for that. I do want to thank our wonderful employees. We have so much going on all the time, and everyone is always ready to help, whatever it is. And I had a report from a gas leak close to a school, and it just took one phone call, and it was immediately taken care of. And those people have called me up. The grandparents of the children that go to that school have called me up to thank the city for the good work that they did in protecting the lives of their children and grandchildren. So thank you for that. And also for the street department, who always has something to do. It never ends. And so I want to thank the employees there. We have wonderful employees in all our departments, and they all do their part to make sure that whatever is immediately needed to take care of, it's taken care of immediately. And so I want to thank everyone that works for the city for the work that they do every day. And thank you to those of you who took the time to go to Ruidoso to deliver donations from our community to them. Thank you for that. I think it's a wonderful thing that we have a community that is caring and who care enough to take care of not only our community, but other communities that need assistance also. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Montoya.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to report that, the New Mexico Highlands University golf course is in great shape. And if any golfers out there or any golfers want to come to Las Vegas, it's in great shape. They've done a lot of work. I think our money is being paid off. They went and bought some riding mowers for them also. So the place is looking really great. And they treat you well, and they welcome you. I'd also like to report that I attended an anti-donation clause presentation at New Mexico Highlands University this morning, and it was very informative. Welcome back, New Mexico Highlands University students. This town will support you and commits to be behind you. We support New Mexico Highlands University. I also attended with the mayor and the city manager at the water treatment plant a meeting for planning and design, and that is moving forward, and we'll hear more from the city manager on that one. I also attended 2 of the meetings with FEMA and the state with our city manager, and one of them with the mayor. And also, put the iron to the fire. We want some money back. We need our projects to be completed. We need to start on some of them. So hopefully in the near future, we'll be seeing some larger amounts of monies coming in back to the coffer to the city of Las Vegas. Great job on the flyer for this Saturday's Amnesty Day. We went over the radio, the mayor, the city manager, the clerk, the PIO, the PIO and our directors went over the radio this morning or this afternoon at 1, letting people know about the amnesty by ward. I think it's something that we started 20 years ago and continues to happen. And this is an opportunity for our citizens to take their trash, the yard trash, branches, leaves, the whole works, on Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Okay, that's for Ward 2. That's north of Christine Drive, between Grand Avenue and 8th Street. The playground equipment at Hanna Park is on order. We did a PO for probably like $170,000 for new equipment. That's out of the Ward 2 councilman's budget. And also, we're working on plans and for a sprinkler system. But at the end of the day, Mr. Anaya, I want to thank you and your staff for addressing the weed issue by advertising the ordinance about the weeds on the paper and on our website and getting after it. I mean, there's still some few properties that, need it, but for the most part, we've gotten the big areas where people travel through every day, that we see every day. So good job on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our city manager's report. We have our city manager, Mr. Robert A. Anaya.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I've made it practice finally to get you the report early and in advance, and I'm going to continue that practice. And so I'm not going to go through the report in detail. I do want to say the report is in the packet, and so for the public's information, I encourage the public to also review that. It gives a good synopsis of where things are at. I do want to do a few highlights. First, I would like to take the opportunity to have Mr. Shea Bassett stand up. Why don't you come forward, Mr. Bassett, if you would. Mr. Bassett joins our team in infrastructure as our infrastructure manager for our IT department. He brings a wealth of knowledge, close to 40 years, Mr. Bassett, in infrastructure, IT management, and will help us, along with Ms. Ludi and the whole IT team, really assess our full system in coordination and consultation with our department heads and staff. And I just want to introduce him to you and report that before he even had the opportunity of coming on full board as a staff member Monday, he helped facilitate getting to the bottom of the challenges we faced with the lightning strike at the municipal court, and helped basically rectify the system and work with our team to get it up. And so I want to thank Ms. Ludi and Mr. Bassett for that. Mr. Bassett, would you like to say any words at all at this time?
Not this time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
But welcome to Mr. Bassett to the city.
Mr. Manager, I know Adele has been here 3 weeks, so I don't know if the full council knows, and I think they know her because she's, from the community, but maybe an introduction with her.
I'd like you to come forward as well, Mr. Ludi. I think we did do an introduction, but I'd like to also note for the public, we have Ms. Ludi, who comes with decades of experience too in IT and IT management, and welcome her to the city. And we feel excited about the solid team that we have that's going to help us with our existing team. That's a great team as well. So this complements the work of our existing team in working out in the community. Ms. Ludi, would you like to say any remarks?
Not at this time.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. A few other highlights. I think that's important to note. We did receive our audit back on August 6th, and you're going to hear more comments associated with that from our finance director later. I would also say we have approved bona fide budget from DFA as of today. And so that was an addition that we found out today on, and our finance director can expand on that when he speaks to some of the audit issues. Just to highlight on the permanent water treatment facility, I'm ecstatic to report that we've had numerous meetings with the state of New Mexico and Plexos, who's the contract manager, project manager, if you will, but that our team has been fully immersed, and I will say that fully immersed in the communications associated with the permanent water treatment facility. We're very much part of the process, as is the entire team. And next week, we're going to have those folks coming in to provide a more detailed budget on that. But one thing I would note on the record is that a lot of the work that the city of Las Vegas did up until the time of the agreement is being used as a backbone for what's being brought forward from the project management team. And that speaks volumes to the reality that the mayor, council, and the staff were absolutely on the right track associated with the project and planning efforts, and we're very much involved in the process moving forward. That said, we are excited about having the capacity of the state on board, as well as the Drinking Water Bureau and the expertise therein, along with the secretary and the team of people in the Environment Department. supporting those efforts. And so relative to communications, we're going to continue to enhance and augment those communications to make sure that we continue to have full transparency and information to, of course, the mayor and council, but also the public at large. We did have the meeting with San Miguel County. We have two fundamental working groups that are going to work in coordination with San Miguel County to make sure that our efforts work in a coordinated fashion and that we're bringing back updates and feedback to the mayor and council as we work through that process. And so more to come related to that particular meeting we had with all the department heads from San Miguel County. I think those are the highlights, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Probably the best thing that I would note is that I continue to be not so surprised, humbled by the work and expertise of all the staff across the board and what they do with the amnesty days, with the streets, with the sewer, wastewater, police department, fire, everybody. It's an honor to continue to work with this particular team, and I learn from them every day, and look forward to continuing to help facilitate your efforts as well as their efforts. I guess the ultimate for us was last Friday, we brought in those key members of the community, the employees that had over 20 years of service with the city of Las Vegas as a learning exercise for the department heads. And it was amazing to hear their stories about their pathway through the city of Las Vegas and what they've encountered along the way. And very heartfelt and humbling to listen to those stories. We are going to bring those people to our council meeting, to this full council, so that they can share directly some of the stories that we heard, and that we are going to utilize the mayor and council to appropriately honor them in this forum with the governing board, providing some of that work to them, and thanks. And so we're going to be bringing them back. We've targeted September to do that. But we look forward to that particular engagement with the mayor and the governing council to bring those folks back in. That's all I have for right now, Mr. Mayor, Council, and I would stand for any specific questions that anyone may have.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Anaya, I do want to thank you, and unless, that the council thinks otherwise, but I want to thank you for specifically engaging, with all council members. I think that's very important. I know you meet with them or have conversations with them over the phone, which is real important, I think. And sometimes I shouldn't be a middle person, but, if the council, I think it's more important that they work directly with you than me being a middle person. So, as far as, unless the council wants to hear more from me, I really like that, because it sets a relationship with you and the council, and also an understanding that you're fair across the board. So thank you for engaging with each and every one of the counselors. It's important, moving forward that, you have that dialogue, and I've always stressed to all city managers that they have that engagement with the council. So, and I know that you're doing that, so thank you for specifically doing that.
Mr. Mayor, you're welcome, but I would also want to add and thank the counselors. They also have individual communications with department heads because they understand those areas and their specific departments better than I do. And so my department heads and all of us as a team stand ready to take in that feedback and work to achieving solutions to those requests as they come in. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, I also did attend your two-day managers training at Highlands University with all your directors on board, police chief, fire chief, and so forth. It was pretty interesting and educational. I did know, not that now that you introduced your new IT people, I did notice on there that we are still doing payroll by hand, by paper ballot. And I think that's something that IT could look into, see if we can do something that's computerized, that every employee can put in their time, and that it's like everywhere else at the state level, everybody has their own payroll accountability, and they sign off on it. They put in their own overtime and so forth. Of course, the supervisor, the director approves that, and then finance approves it, or payroll approves it. But it'd be nice to do away with all the paperwork and get a program to do it on computer-wise. Yeah.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, Counselor, we are absolutely working in that direction and actually have mechanisms in place that we can adapt. One of the things that I failed to note associated with the audit that's very important, and I'm going to give, the finance director will speak to it even more. The city got an unmodified opinion, which is an excellent opinion for a governmental agency to receive. But along those lines associated with payroll and digitizing and going to more computer-based work, we're on that pathway. We absolutely will bring back work relative to that particular request, along with other areas where we can digitize and be more efficient in our efforts. So I appreciate that request, and we're absolutely working in that vein to achieve that for efficiency and also accountability. But I say that in terms of we have an unmodified opinion, so as we progress, we want to make sure that those new functions, as we digitize them, make sure that we're lockstep to sustain those clean audits that we've been receiving. And so, thank you for that request. I did want to add that comment.
Thank you. Next item, Ms. Cassandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our next item, presentations, possible direction not to exceed 10 to 15 minutes. Our first presentation is by Tisha Wolf. She's a board member with the Samaritan House Incorporated.
So I scheduled the meeting, so that's why my name is on there. But Rebecca is our board president. She's going to start with some introductions. We wanted this just to be very informal. We want you to know who we are and have a couple things to share with you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, just for the listening audience, just tap on that and when the red.
Can you hear me
yeah.
now? First, I'd like to say thank you, Mayor Romero, Councilwoman Casey, and other council
members for allowing us to have this time to present who we are as a board and the directions for Samaritan House. As Tisha said, I am the chair for the board of directors. We have Dr.
Vina Parbotia, who's also one of our board members, and she's the dean of the School of Business and Media Technology.
I represent social work, and Tisha Wolf happens to be
I have a background in social work as well,
Yes.
so.
And then, of course, George Lyon, who is the executive director. But basically, as I was listening to your city manager speak, you are fortunate that you have Robert Anaya. He was with Highlands University. He knows these systems, and he knows how.
relationships. And I think that's critical. That's really why we wanted to present before the council, so that we can continue building a relationship with each of you and understanding what our needs are and processing what issues the city may be experiencing. And we come with open hearts, open minds, and we're willing to have this conversation just so that you get to know who we are as individuals and as a collective. And I'm going to allow Tisha the time to present some information that she has been working on with the city manager and a couple of other people, right?
Yes. And I echo Dr. Moore. Really appreciate Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, councilors, a lot of the city's officials we've already met with, sat at the table here multiple times to discuss, where we want to go and how we want to work together for the benefit of the community and for the people. I just want to say thank you for community members that are here to support Samaritan House as well. We also have, I wanted to introduce 2 potential board members because this is our entire board right now. We are small, but we are growing. And we have Mr. Tom Birmingham, who is here, and he is a member of the community, lives right next to the Samaritan House. So will provide great insight and input. And he also has a long background in hospital administration and drug and alcohol treatment. We also have Mr. Elias Romero, who is from Crossroads, that also is a potential board member. They just have not been voted in yet. But like I said, we are working together with Mr. Anaya to update the agreement, the past agreement, so that we can move forward and collaborate together to reestablish funding, reestablish communication, collaboration. One of the things that we've been working on as a board and with Mr. Lyon is to update our vision and mission. And so we are working on that, hoping to finalize that at our next meeting. But really reflecting community and a holistic approach to services for people of our community, our community here in Las Vegas. I know that we can't take questions, but wanted to also say we are available if you want to reach out to us. Mr. Anaya has our contact information. If you have questions, you want to discuss anything. Also, all of our board meetings are open. So we invite you to come, join us, share your input, ask questions as well. And we are going to be posting those on the Samaritan House Facebook page. That's kind of our communication and our online presence at this time. So really, we just wanted to say thank you for your time. We wanted to just come and introduce ourselves and let you know that we're here to talk and work together, and we appreciate everyone that we've already met with.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Wolf, Dr. Moore, Dr. Parvotia, Mr. Lyons, I wanted to just articulate that we have had some very candid conversations relative to past frustrations and maybe challenges with concerns that the city had and concerns that they've had. And so we've had some open, candid discussions related to that. And we're in a place where we feel pretty confident that we can come up with some recommendations that benefit the community and the people that we each respectively serve. And so we've aired some of those, and I think we did it in a professional, cordial way, and that we're interested in continuing that dialogue and then bringing some recommendations back to the governing body as to continuing building, continuing and strengthening the relationship with Samaritan House. And so I think we can stand for any questions that you might have at this time, but our interest is to continue that dialogue and know that our internal team, Mr. Marquez and others have been at the table, Lucas and Caleb and others, and we'll continue to work with our internal team and your team to work together to bring some recommendations that we believe will suit the needs of the council. But we'll defer that to the council's decision, the mayor and council, but we feel confident we can get there.
So, this was just a presentation, but I would encourage, the governing body, I did, was able to sit down with a few of them on the board and Mr. Lyon and, stress some of the issues that I think this governing body has had. And that, there's good dialogue, and I'd encourage, before, I know they're still working on the contract, on the funding. So as the city manager works on that and community development, I'd encourage, the governing body to sit down and I think, as you see here, there's 3 members, 2 potential new ones. I know I specifically told, the board members that Ward 4 is, I think when I was there, and probably Councilman Martinez gets the majority of the calls that, with the concerns. So, if you guys don't mind, meeting with them, airing your issues that you might have, and and then stressing that to the city manager and as he works, together with them in this next MOU. But again, thank you guys. Good luck with new board members. It's the good thing is I think that we're working towards some positive partnership, and we'll go from there. But thank you guys for introducing yourselves, and good luck to the new members. If you guys are voted in, I'm pretty sure it looks positive. But welcome aboard, and we'll start those new relationships. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our next presentation by Sergio Mata Cisneros, Local Government and Community Manager with PNM.
Mr. Sergio, and I know he has Sergio and then Carlos. Yeah, and then also Carlos.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, the city councilors. I'll just start this off. I'm Carlos Lucero and I'm from PNM Government Affairs. I'm the senior manager overseeing the government affairs team, which includes local government. And tonight, we're here. I'm here with our new community manager, Sergio Mata Cisneros, or Sergio. And we just wanted to come here because, you know, this position hasn't been filled in the last year. I think, I know Mayor and a few of you, others remember Jamie Aranda. She was the previous community manager. So we've been trying to fill this position. I think this is an important position to serve our communities and be the point of contact to our government, not only just our government stakeholders, but also working with chambers and others within the communities that we serve in northern New Mexico, which includes Greater Santa Fe, Las Vegas, and even going into Clayton. So, you know, we did a good search, and when it was all said and done, Sergio became our top candidate, and we offered him the position. And he'll state a little bit more about his background, but he does have a background. Even as young as he is, he's well versed in community relations, community engagement, and so and he's been here for about a month now, and he's really hit the ground running, and he's eager, and he's really wanting to, learn our business as an electric utility every day, and at the same time, really get in there and work with the stakeholders. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Sergio so that he could talk more about, where he's at, his background, and what else would you'd like to say?
No, Mayor, City Council members, thank you for having us here this evening. Like Carlos was saying, I'm originally from northern New Mexico, born and raised, just moved back to New Mexico about a year ago, and excited to be in this role and supporting, PNM and also the local governments where we work and have, and also our clients and our customers are the most important. And so, I've been working in local government and community relations for the past 10 years. Done it in northern New Mexico for quite a while, and did it in some other parts of the country as well. But excited to be back here and connecting with this community and the communities that we serve throughout northern New Mexico, like Carlos said, Santa Fe, Las Vegas, and Clayton. And continue the strong relationship that PNM has had with the local community, both here at the city and also with the county. And so continuing to do that and also be here as a resource. As things come up, as things come up with your constituents, happy to help you navigate through the PNM system and connect you to the correct person or address any needs as they arise. As you probably remember, back in the spring, we rolled out our wildfire mitigation program, and so we've been working over at PNM over the past year to really be conscious of wildfires and how can we mitigate them, and also make the public aware of why do we shut off the power, and not getting to that point as well, and by doing vegetation management, doing on the ground awareness. Working with emergency management here in locally, and also with the fire chiefs as well, and make sure that we don't get to that point where we have to do that. But I know it did happen this spring, so here to help educate, make the public aware about these things. Thank you for partnering with us a couple of weeks ago when we hosted our second town hall that we've been doing around wildfire awareness throughout the state and the local communities that we serve, just about the different ways we can prevent. And this is the last resort that here at PNM we have. So, but yeah, I'll turn it back over to Carlos to see if he has anything else to share.
Yeah, thank you, Sergio, and Mayor and City Councilors. And we do want to thank, as Sergio mentioned, a couple of weeks ago we partnered with the city and the county on the wildfire town hall awareness. I mean, I know there was some rain and there was weather took effect, so there was a few of the town that wasn't able to make it, but we do thank the who was there. And that thanks goes to Fire Chief Span, to City Manager Anaya, to Police Chief Marquez, and I believe Counselor Michael Montoya was there. So we really thank the community coming together, the partnership, and because that's what we think it's all about. We need to, wildfire mitigation. It's not fun. It's one of those things that, disaster, any kind of disaster or potential disasters are, they're not good for our communities. But if we can be together in partnering, making sure that there's awareness, that we can prevent and mitigate wildfires. The area of Las Vegas does get extreme weather, especially when high winds, and if the weather conditions are dry, there is a potential where we do have these public safety power shutoffs. And back in April, I believe it was April, that the one happened here in Las Vegas. And so, that was the first one that PNM ever had, and it's always lessons learned, or how we could do better, how we could work better with the community as well. We'll make sure that, we, in a sense, we segment it so that not all the power goes off, and that our key critical infrastructure within the community stays with the power as much as possible. Working with, our LifeWatch folks that are medically, challenged, where, they may need oxygen, they may need dialysis. So we're really sensitive to those types of customers, and we just want to continue to work with the community so that we're all on the same page, and when we can, also do a better job, or continue to do the job we need to keep the community safe. So I just wanted to say that, state that, and again, thank you for everyone that participated in the town hall, and I think that's going to be one of many as we go through, especially when we get into pre-season wildfire, and just kind of continue to keep the updates going and working with the community and the government, the local governments as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Sergio. I don't know if the governing body has a card, or if not, maybe you'll send an email just so they do have that contact information. So.
No, I do have a couple of cards. I'll leave them with the city manager as well. Okay. But I will also make sure to email each of you with my email and phone number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to PNM. I know, partnered on quite a few things over the past few years. So, that partnership and the communication we have, not only with Jamie, but with Carlos, and now we, hope to continue with you. Great partnership. I know you've sponsored some events for us, so thank you for always doing that to PNM.
And there was one person I wanted to thank too. It's Amanda. She's been really great to, be part of the communication and be part of, how we partner with the community as well. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank Sergio and Carlos for your efforts and your work, and we're getting ready for some brush removal around public safety matters in October, and we'd like to coordinate with PNM to help us deal with that and mitigating brush and tree removal, power lines, and other areas of safety concern. I know you had some folks in town in recent weeks that were doing some mitigation, but we'd like to coordinate with you on a project that we're doing citywide the last 3 weeks of October. And so look forward to coordinating with you to make sure we're talking to the right people and coordinating between the two of you. But welcome, Sergio, and thank you both for your work and your efforts in coordination with the city.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take it right back. Ms. Cassandra.
Mayor, moving on to our next presentation by David Marquez, Gas Director, speaking on the efficiency of natural gas, electrofusion, and training.
Good evening. Well, while they get that going, I do want to, Mr. Manager, is thank Miss June. Yesterday, she was very nervous. We presented to the county commission on an update with the senior program. So thank you, June, for, giving that presentation. Thank you, Manager, for being there also.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't want to go into too much detail, but yeah, I really appreciate what June did. She did an excellent presentation, and she's going to be presenting on a quarterly basis to provide updates, and the commission was thankful for that participation and information connected to the services that we provide in San Miguel, as well as Pecos, and so thank you as well, June.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you guys for having us today. Here with me today is my compliance officer with the City of Las Vegas Gas Department, Mr. Jesus Ortiz. He's been with the City of Las Vegas Gas Department for a little over 6 years, close to 7 years. He assists the gas department with all compliance work and any responsibilities taking place and moving forward. I do want to introduce Mr. Jesus Ortiz, and as reference towards what was stated during last council meeting, I do want to take that part and responsibility on bringing some of my employees forward. This other way, you guys know who my staff is as well. Mr. Jesus Ortiz, if you can introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jesus Ortiz. Like Mr. Marcus said, I am the compliance officer. I'd like to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to give an insight how our department has been running this past year. So thank you guys for the opportunity for that.
Mr. Ortiz has prepared a written statement as well. If you want to go ahead and go first, Jesus, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you guys again for letting me present what's going on in the department. Been at the City of Las Vegas a little over 6 years now. Like Mr. Marcus is saying, I'm coming up on 7. And I'm very proud to be part of this department. I feel like our department is very unique. And that comes a lot due to all the certifications that we obtain to ensure that we're providing a safe service to our community. Because, like you guys know, gas can be very dangerous. So we strive to make sure that we're providing a safe and efficient service. I'm proud to announce that since Mr. Marcus has been our director, we've been granted the opportunity to attend multiple trainings, certifications, anything that could just help us provide a better service. Also PPE, he's ensuring, because he knows what it's like to to respond to these calls, and what could be a routine call could turn into an emergency situation. So we've also obtained FR gear, which can ensure that we're being safe when responding to these calls. From the top down, we've always been instilled with the mindset that we take pride in our task at hand, no matter what job we're doing within the gas, and just to always be held to that higher standard. And then, since Mr. Marcus has become director, we're actually, we've become really self-sustained. And in the goal of being self-sustained, we're compliance in all regulations set forth by the NMPRC as well as FSMA. So we've really been working on that. So that's been going really well. Sorry, you guys will have to forgive me. I'm a little nervous. We've obtained electrofusion certifications. Thank you, Robert. We've obtained electrofusion certifications, equipment, and fittings, which are vital to ensuring that we're providing a more proficient and safer way for these damaged lines in these emergency situations, along with the gear to assist us should a worst-case scenario take place. We've also obtained our own mobile leakage survey, which would save us enduring a cost of hiring a third party. And when we hired the third party, we conduct this survey annually. And now that we have our own equipment, we're able to do a leak survey whenever need be. we're looking forward to the future of this department by properly training new hires, like Mr. Romero said earlier. I've seen a difference actually in the hiring as well. So I think the city's definitely moving in the right direction. And if we could train these new hires the way that we were instilled sorry, if we could instill the, we could get these new hires trained the way that we were trained, I think everything will definitely run smooth and just keep our community members safe. I'd like to thank you guys all again for allowing me to talk tonight, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Marquez so he can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I'm going to get started with this slideshow presentation, Transforming Operations with the Genesis Electrofusion Machine. The City of Las Vegas Gas Department's investment in the Genesis Electrofusion Machine marks a significant leap in operational efficiency and emergency response capabilities, allowing for quicker repairs and enhanced staff training while maintaining traditional butt fusion methods for larger projects. On my right-hand side there, that's another employee of the Natural Gas Department, which is our superintendent, Mr. Jude Herrera. As you can see on the picture, he's actually even giving a thumbs up for this electrofusion machine. Mr. Jude Herrera is one of our key veteran guys for the gas department who's been with us 20+ years as well also. So when he's giving a thumbs up for this, I mean, that says a lot. Benefits of the Genesis Electrofusion Machine. For the City of Las Vegas Gas Department, streamlining emergency pipe repairs with advanced technology, efficient pipe joining, emergency response enhancement reduces repair time in critical situations, minimize trenching requirements, less digging leads to quicker repairs and less disruption. Comprehensive staff training. Staff members are now electrofusion certified. Continued certification efforts. Staff remain butt fusion certified for longer projects. Community impact reduction. Less disruption benefits local residents and businesses. Operational enhancements from the Genesis Electrofusion Machine. Exploring efficiency, safety, and project timelines in gas repairs. Improvement time. Average repair time utilizing the traditional butt fusion method for an area that required 20 feet to 25 feet of slack would additionally be 4 hours of work. Now with the electrofusion method, it's now down to an hour and a half time frame with 5 to 10 feet method of trench to either side. Enhancing efficiency with electrofusion training. Comprehensive training ensures staff proficiency and confidence in emergency situations. Electrofusion certification. 8 staff members are now certified, enhancing operational capabilities. Increased confidence. Staff report greater confidence in handling emergency situations. Ongoing education. Continued training in butt fusion methods for a well-rounded skill set. Hands-on training. Comprehensive training included practical and theoretical components. Emergency response. Faster operations reduce the need for trenching in emergency situations. In the picture right there on the iPhone, you can see 2 of our other staff members, Mr. Josh Grano and Lorenzo Uriota from the gas department. Mr. Josh Grano is actually one of our employees who started with us as a summer youth program and is now the operator of the City of Las Vegas Gas Department, who is now with us for a year and 3 months. Mr. Lorenzo Uriota, I was throwing the peace sign in that picture, is maintenance tech 1 for the gas department and has been with us for 2 years. Advantages of the electrofusion for emergency repairs, gas services. Enhanced efficiency. Electrofusion allows for faster repair times, minimizing service interruptions and improving response times. Cost effectiveness. Utilizing electrofusion reduces labor and equipment costs by requiring less excavation and saving resources. Flexibility in operations. This technology enables repairs in confined spaces, eliminating the need for extensive training and disruption. Enhancing emergency response with Genesis Electrofusion Machine. How the City of Las Vegas Gas Department transformed emergency repairs with an innovative technology. Time constraints. Quick deployment ensures immediate repairs are possible. Environmental considerations. Reduced excavation minimizes impact on surroundings. Resource allocations. Less manpower needed frees resources for other needs and other projects if necessary. Butt Fusion skills for future projects, training initiatives for maintaining Butt Fusion certifications and proficiency in electrofusion, implementing advanced Butt Fusion techniques, conducting workshops to enhance team skills in advanced Butt Fusion methods for improved project execution, maintaining regular certification updates, keeping all certifications current, ensuring compliance with industry standards, and enhancing project readiness, promoting cross-training among staff, ensure all personnel are multi-skilled, operating both electrofusion and Butt Fusion machinery effectively. Enhancing community trust with the Genesis electrofusion machine. Discover how the new technology improves services, delivery, and community relations. Faster service restoration. The integration of the electrofusion machine significantly reduces repair downtime for quicker service restoration. Reduced community disruption. Through research, members in other areas have reported fewer road closures and disturbances due to improved operational efficiency. High customer satisfaction. Customer feedback shows an increase in overall satisfaction ratings thanks to enhanced service capabilities. Community trust and reliability. By prioritizing efficiency, we are building confidence and dependability within the community and enhancing our reputation furthermore. City of Las Vegas Gas Department's innovations with electrofusion. Investment in Genesis electrofusion machine. A significant step towards innovation and improved efficiency in operations. Enhanced operational efficiency in emergencies. Reduces response time during critical situations without extensive excavation. Improved safety measures implemented. Minimizes risks associated with traditional methods, ensuring worker safety. Reduced environmental impact. Utilizing advanced techniques contributes to a sustainable operational approach. Staff training and certifications achieved. Having our team electrofusion certified enhances team capabilities in all angles. Position for future challenges. Prepare to tackle emergency opportunities and industry demands. And of course, continuing our other standard certifications, which is Butt Fusion as well. With closing, let's continue to enhance our skills and drive together, fusing the future of the City of Las Vegas Gas Department one step at a time. We appreciate your continued support in enhancing our skills and expertise as we incorporate the Genesis electrofusion machine into our operations. Your participation in supporting us for upcoming training sessions for both electro and Butt Fusion techniques is essential to us and does not go unnoticed. Together, we will maintain and strive for excellence at the City of Las Vegas Gas Department while continuing to be safe and efficient. And that concludes our slide and our presentation. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of this wouldn't be possible or wouldn't be able to happen without the support of you all. And we will continue to thank you guys and show our appreciation to you. But we do not take public safety lightly by any means. And this introduction of the electrofusion helps us continue to move forward by providing a safe and efficient underground utility. So thank you guys all for your continued support.
Mr. Mayor, just briefly, this presentation, as requested by council and mayor associated with getting to know our employees and understanding what they do is important. And so I want to thank both of you. Congratulations on your work and your efforts and your professionalism that you display. And I think it's a testament when the emergencies happen. Councilor Casey, you brought up the gas emergencies. We've had two in the short time that I've been here, and these two gentlemen, along with the rest of the entire team, have jumped on those issues to take care of them and mitigate them and get them done. And so that professionalism is loud and clear. So thank you so much for that effort and that presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our next item, approval of minutes for July 16th and July 29th, 2025.
Casey.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the minutes for July 16th and July 29th. They were perfect, no errors.
Second. Motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. All in favor, let's say aye. Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our consent agenda, if I may read those into the record.
Yes, please.
Item 1, request approval to accept funding for the E911 grant from the Department of Finance Administration in the amount of $789,430 for enhances services and equipment. Item 2, request approval of addendum number 2 to contract 401023 with Combi Automation and Integration for professional services for Allen Bradley PLC. And item number 3, request approval to accept and adopt mileage and per diem rates as required by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration.
Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the consent agenda as read into the record by our city clerk.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our business items. Item number 1, request approval of resolution number 2529 related to the acceptance of fiscal year 2024 audit report by the firm of Patillo Brown and Hill LLP, certified public accountants. We have our finance director, Mr. Morris Madrid.
Mayor and council, I believe we have Chris Garner with the firm of Patillo Hill and Brown on Teams. Are you there, Chris? You may be muted. I'm not sure.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Go ahead, Chris. I'll turn it over.
Sorry about that. I was.
Good evening, Chris.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I heard yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and get started. What I have here is, Mayor, we had the exit conference about a month ago, I think. I have highlights from the from that exit conference that I'll go over. If anybody has any questions, please interrupt me and I'll do my best to answer what your questions are. So the first slide is just talking about the standards that we as auditors have to follow. In New Mexico, the state audit rule requires us to follow not only just regular U.S. auditing standards, which are the top 2 boxes, but we're also required to follow what's called government auditing standards, or more commonly referred to as Yellow Book standards. And we'll talk in a moment why we have to do that. So under the top 2 slides, regular audit we were engaged to do is express an opinion about your financial statements, stating whether they are what we call materially correct in accordance with the standards that we have to follow, or U.S. generally accepted accounting principles. And so what we do in our audit is we express an opinion on the numbers in your trial balance and in the audit report. Our opinion states that whether or not those numbers are what we call materially correct. If you look at the top red box, our opinion with reasonable assurance, because there's absolutely no way we could look at every transaction that flows through the city. So we look at statistical samples, we test internal controls. The errors in the numbers of the audit report that I believe you all were given tonight, but those errors are not going to be big enough to change the opinion of the readers of the financial statement. The example I always give is if you were to give your audit to a banker to get a loan, those errors would not be big enough to change the opinion of the banker's opinion on the financial status of the city. And so, again, that's what our responsibilities under U.S. auditing standards. Those top 2 boxes. When it comes to internal controls, technically, all we have to test is 1 transaction from each significant cycle. So a significant cycle is things like cash disbursements, payroll, cash receipts. And so to meet those standards, we only have to test 1 transaction. Well, the reason the state audit rule had those bottom 2 slides, or those bottom 2 boxes, related to the Yellow Book standards is because they actually want us testing internal control. And so as you can see on the bottom left box, we are testing internal controls. We expand our testing above what regular auditing standards require, but we're not testing samples big enough to give an opinion on the internal controls. We'll talk in a moment what we go over when we issue that report. In the state audit rule, they do expand what we're required to as auditors to test. So with the state audit rule, there are 21 potential items, things like and per diem, procurement, so use of gas cards and credit cards, those types of things. And so they expand what we have to do during that internal control testing. So not only do we have to look at those significant cycles that I mentioned earlier, but we also have to do what is included in the state auditor's rule. What the state auditor does is to the right, those Yellow Book standards require that we communicate what's called significant matters. And the state audit rule says we want basically any finding that you as auditors come up with. And so the state audit rule takes that from that threshold in the Yellow Book basically down to the ground level. So any exceptions in our state, the state auditor wants us to report those as findings. And the whole reason is so that the county care of when issues come up and that you can track how your management team is dealing with those issues and resolving them. So those are the two standards that we had to follow in completing the audit. The next slide is talking about the opinion that we issued. So we issued what's called an unmodified opinion, or as I put in brackets, a clean opinion. So our opinion states that your financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with the standards that we have to follow. And so this is the highest level of assurance that we as auditors can give, and this is exactly the type of report that the city wants to receive. The other reports that are included in your audit, the one on the left is that Yellow Book report that I discussed earlier. What we do in that report, we don't give an opinion, but we just spell out how we have to test internal controls above what regular auditing standards require us to do. And so we do have some findings that we'll talk about at the very end of the presentation based upon that testing. The other report is a report on compliance with federal or uniform guidance. It's actually your federal single audit. What this relates to is when you spend your federal grant funds, we have to do a compliance audit over those grants. And so we go through a calculation that really is guided by the federal government, and it tells us based upon the various risks that we assess which grants we have to look at. We go through, test those grants, and make sure that the city is complying with the requirements of those particular grants that we select for testing, and we do issue an opinion on that. And as you can see on this slide, that one again is an unmodified or a clean opinion that we issued on the single audit. The next required communication is difficulties encountered in performing the audit, and we did not have any difficulties. I think towards the end, we had a couple of things that your team was still working on, but other than that, the audit went smooth. We are going to have some findings with some missing documentation, but when we did receive the documentation for transactions, it was in good order, and we did get it in a timely manner. So as we went throughout the audit process, we did not have any difficulties that we have to report to you. The next slide is talking about audit adjustments. As a result of our audit, let me back up a second. When it comes to how the city reports to DFA, how you adopt a budget, and how you report throughout the year, you have to do that on what's called a cash basis of accounting. And so as transactions come in, or as revenue comes in, you record it as revenue, and as money goes out, you record it as expenditures. And so that last adjustment that I have on there when we talk about year-end accruals, the reason we have to have those is because the way you have to adopt your budget on that cash basis, that is not a part of what we call GAAP, or those generally accepted accounting principles that we talked about a moment ago. What has to happen is your team has to come up with adjustments at year end, because you maintain your records on a different methodology than what is acceptable by auditing standards. And we go through and we audit those year-end adjustments, and we have to go through and make sure that they make sense. Your team takes responsibility for putting those together, and we audit them. So that last adjustments are ones we have every year as a result of how the state of New Mexico requires you to maintain your records throughout the year and how you monitor your budgetary process. We did have some capital assets and some debt adjustments that we had to do with those year-end accruals. So when those amounts were provided, we needed some additional adjustments. But again, it didn't affect your budgetary basis of accounting and how you report to the state and how you're monitoring your budget from a legal New Mexico state law level. Those adjustments did not affect that. The next slide is if we had disagreements with management, we're supposed to communicate those to you, and we did not. If management went out and consulted with other auditors, I like to call this opinion shopping. They went out and were getting opinions from other accountants, other auditors. We'd have to let you know that that happened. And again, that did not happen this year. The last slides relate to findings. We did have 7 findings as a result of our audit. The very first one is cash disbursements. We had 3 out of 25 disbursements that we tested where the purchase order was dated after the invoice. And so, the whole reason for getting a purchase order is getting prior authorization. So we had 3 transactions where that wasn't done before the transaction was entered into. With cash receipts, the New Mexico State Auditor probably 4 years ago had an interpretation of the law that states that cities now are subject to the 24-hour deposit rule. What that means is, other than weekends, but really within 24 hours that the bank is open, you are required to get your cash receipts deposited into the bank. And 10 of the 25 transactions that we tested did not make it to the bank within the 24-hour period. The next one is travel and per diem. We had one particular travel that we tested where we used the incorrect per diem rate that was not in alliance with the state laws and also your policy. So we incorrectly reimbursed somebody. And if I remember, it was a really minimal amount, but again, it's a compliance issue. So even though it was minimal, we still have to report that as a finding. The next one is anti-donation. We had a situation where a department director solicited donations for a training that they wanted to attend for an out-of-state training, and they were basically going through and soliciting money for personal benefit, which is a violation of state law. The next one is parent pickup. So the city is allowed to pick up a portion of the employee's responsibility for para, their part that they're supposed to pay, but there's certain criteria and certain things that you have to get approval from para, and the city went through and started picking up those additional items without getting the proper approval from para. The next finding is use of contractors. We had a contractor that was used during the year that was actually representing the city, traveling on behalf of the city, going down to the Bloom Fiesta to help with some marketing. If issues would have arisen during the travel time, it could have put the city at risk with, any incidents that would have happened since they weren't an employee. And so, again, we really shouldn't be using contractors in that capacity. And then the last finding, the audit was due December 15th, and it wasn't submitted until later in May. I think it was May or June, and actually it was July. And so the audit did not meet the state statutory requirements, so we have a late audit finding this year. With that, I'll open up to any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you, Chris. I just wanted to make a few comments. I know I say this every year, but I think it's important to state is every entity goes through through the audit, the end-of-year audit, we see these findings, and I know some entities don't like to see these findings. Me personally, I think they're a benefit because it helps the entity, fix issues that arise through, through the year that sometimes I know us, management, sometimes we stress to staff that, hey, we can't be doing that, but I don't know if they sometimes don't understand, what it can cause. And I think if you look at our audits this year, probably 2 of them, maybe 3 of them were self-reported, I think, from within the city itself. So that says a lot, I think, from governing, our responsibilities as, fiscal, the responsibility of the fiscal oversight of the city. So, there's some entities that they want 0 findings, but I think it helps us grow, and it as an entity makes us a better, better to our taxpayers, ensuring that we're doing everything right and in compliance. So, of course, we have the unmodified, which is, it's great. But, as we go through findings, I question sometimes how one entity can have no findings whatsoever, because I know if you really look, you'll find them. But, to me, that doesn't scare me. I mean, some entities don't like that. But, I know, the one of the ones that, the late audit, I think that's something we worked through, and we made sure that, from when we found out till today, we really, really pushed. And thank you, Morris, and your staff, and Chris. I know I was in conversation, hey, where are we at? Make sure, a lot of pressure from myself and the city manager to make sure we got this, done timely, and I think we did that. So thank you, guys. Councilors, with that, I'll go ahead and open it up. Councilor Casey?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I don't really know who to address. So whoever is comfortable answering. They're not anything, something that are like really super serious or anything. I'm just wondering, one of the findings was noncompliance with policies and procedures for procurement. And I know that we had a procurement officer, and I don't know if we have one now. We don't, we do, we don't.
Mayor and Council, I'll answer that. The short answer is yes, we do. And findings like that come about when purchases are made without following the procedure, don't get a requisition, don't get a purchase order, and obligate the city. By creating that obligation, we have to pay it. So I think that's a really good example of one area. I think the response was framed around, well, we'll do a better job of educating. And to Manager Anaya's credit, we've already done that. We've already started that process. The mayor and we were there, and that's going to be an ongoing thing. So that's a short answer.
Thank you for that, because that was the second part of my question. So thank you for
Okay.
answering it beforehand. And the other one was the findings had a date or, when it was going to be addressed with training or whatever. And the one for the late audit submission do we have a process for resolving that so it doesn't happen again?
Yes, we've had discussions with the mayor, the manager, and Chris Garner regarding that prior to this audit being finalized. And the solution to ensure that that does not happen again is that in the event that either one of us, especially us in finance, are not responsive to the auditor's requests or requirements for information or anything else, that request will be elevated to the manager and the mayor so that it won't sit there as it did this year. So that's the solution.
Thank you. And then one last question. The internal controls finding. There were the 10 of 25 transactions didn't have supporting documentation. what will be done, what changes will be made to make sure that proper documentation is provided on a timely basis?
Well, again, and I'll let Chris answer after I do, is in that area, we did have some turnover, and I think, again, the solution will be more intense training and more orientation with the employees. Anything else, Chris?
I think that internal control has come up more than once.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Mr. Madrid, I was having a hard time hearing the counselor. Could you repeat the question?
The question was, what changes are made to ensure proper documentation is provided on the internal controls transactions?
This was in particular to the cash receipt finding, lack of supporting documentation, Chris.
Okay, yeah, and so the supporting documentation there where we actually see when the funds were received versus when it actually goes into the bank. I believe, as Mr. Madrid said, a lot of that is education. We've had this particular rule for school districts for many, many years. And, it's just educating. I've had a few school districts that particular finding has been around for several years. And then they finally get training done and they get rid of it. So, I think the manager, the mayor, and myself and your finance team met. We talked about all these. Their responses were modified a little bit to be a little bit more proactive by the time the final resolution was done. And I believe that it was discussed that some of the training had already happened. They were scheduled to have training. A lot of this is just education, because when somebody's just trying to get their job done, they don't necessarily care about internal controls. They just want to get their purchase done. But there's reasons that we have to follow. And I believe that the city has made an effort to continue that training and keep it going. And I wanted to also echo, I believe it was the mayor that was making some comments, and he's very correct in the fact that audits are a tool to get better. And what you want to see as a council is that you don't have several findings repeating year after year. And based upon the numbers, most of these, 5 of the 7 were actually new findings. One of them was a year old, and then the purchase order one was a couple years old. So we don't, or the city hasn't in recent years, had findings that keep continuing and going year after year after year. And so I believe it's showing that your management team is trying their best to educate, and show folks of what the proper procedures are. And I have a feeling that a lot of these, based upon our discussions on what has been implemented, a lot of these hopefully will fall. Some of these, it's so late in the year, by the time the education happened, like with the purchase orders, we could see another repeat. But I think the city is taking the proper procedures and trying to learn and get better.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Montoya.
Mr. Madrid, what is the City of Las Vegas operational budget amount to?
Well, in considering including the 98 million, I'm not sure, it's about 150 million. It depends. It always depends on the capital outlay projects that we get or not. That's the biggest variable.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that it's, we'll estimate about $80 million.
Normally?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the findings on this audit came out to $1,732. I say that's pretty good. There were small findings to small amounts. So to me, this audit assures the public, as the public sometimes accuses government of stealing their money or taking their money home. This audit report shows that no one here in council has taken a penny home. Everything is accounted for. Even those $1,732 are accounted for. So there is no fraud, there's no embezzlement, there is nothing like that this audit finding has given up. Is that right, Mr. Portillo?
Yes, that is correct. And, you know, as I talked about the Yellow Book standards, to be honest, not one of these findings meets that significant deficiency threshold. The only reason we include them is because the state audit rules shows that lower threshold. So these are all the lowest level of a type of finding that we as auditors have.
Well, I just want to assure the public that every penny is being accounted for. To the city manager, I do have a couple of requests on the two of the findings that were, one of them on page 128 and one of them on page 129. I should say 130. And on these findings, one of them I pointed out when it happened in June 30th of 24. And I would ask that this finding came about, that it was in violation of state law and is in violation of our city policies. And I would request to see if you could check into, see if any kind of reprimand occurred or will be occurring, because this is unacceptable. And also on item number, page 130, I know those aren't big amounts, but they do gotta be noted that it is not acceptable for any elected official or city employee to be in those, involved in any of those kind of activities. So I'm not recommending that you do any reprimand or anything. I'm just asking that you check to see if there was any reprimand done, and I'll leave the rest at your discretion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilors?
Mayor,
Councilmember
I
Martinez?
just wanted to mention that, you know, along the lines of getting this audit taken care of, you've had so many changes in positions, and even our city manager, you know, that was a big part of where we're at today and making sure that we're in compliant with a good, clean audit. But, you know, for example, your procurement position, you know, it got refilled just recently. And, you know, I'm kudos to, you know, our city manager for already starting the trainings to ensure that we're on the right track. So I do appreciate that. And thank you, Chris, for your report. I was also present for the audit exit. And I did understand exactly where you went with this. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
And one last note to the governing body, you know, as you mentioned earlier, we brought up, you know, Mr. City Manager's training to staff. And I think that goes in this audit as, you know, one of our responses is that the training was going to be provided. And that was one of the main things that, and I know Mr. Madrid and some of the other finance individuals sat in that training, and basically to those, everybody, you know, administrative aides, you know, directors were all involved in that. So that was, you know, I mean, the first step, you know, in addressing that. And thank you, Mr. Anaya, for, I know I think we just finished having the discussion, and you made the call with finance and said, let's put this training together, address that. So, you know, real quick, you didn't wait. We didn't wait till you know, now that they're working on this audit to get it done, you got it done within probably the next couple days in setting up that training. And we brought in Mr. Robert Archuleta to give a training on some of the issues with capital outlay and what he's dealing with. So you didn't wait, you addressed that, and I appreciate that, not only to you, Mr. City Manager, but all the staff and everybody that participated in that training.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, financial accountability and responsibility never ends and it never stops. And so I take heed to the comments made by the mayor and council associated with following up on the existing findings, but also enhancing and augmenting the protocols that we have to do better and to provide more detail and more training and more effort. So it's ongoing, it's continuing. I want to express the thanks and appreciation to the finance team, but to the department heads and the citywide. there are many entities statewide that have audits going back multiple years that entities work through to catch up on, and that's not the case with the city of Las Vegas, and we want to keep it that way. So we want to continue to improve. I take it as a learning tool, as has been suggested by all of you, and look forward to continuing that process of assuring financial accountability for the city of Las Vegas and the citizens. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And also governing body, I know, so we don't know what step the city manager, previous city manager to the new city manager. So in working with, our auditors and Mr. Gardner, so there is that checks and balances. So finance don't report, the city manager, and then next the mayor. So to make sure that, we don't end up in the late audit. So that was addressed also. So I think, most of the findings, we have a response. Of course, every year, I don't mind if there's audits, as long as it's not significant, but if it helps us to manage taxpayer money, then that's best for all of us. And thank you, Mr. Garner. Thank you, Mr. Madrid. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and all the staff.
I move that we approve Resolution 2529 related to accepting the fiscal year 2024 audit report by firm of Portillo, Brown and Hill LLC, certified public accountant.
Motion by Councilman Montoya. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our second item, request approval to award the audit contract for fiscal year 2025 financial audit for the city of Las Vegas. Mr. Madrid.
Mayor and council, last year, we did go through the RFP process for a new audit firm. Portillo, Hill and Brown had historically been the audit firm that we worked with. We did go through the process again. That process revealed that they were the top rated by a committee, and they were contracted with last year. The proposal indicates for multiple years, there is no increase in the fee. There is no change in anything, the scope. The contract has been approved previously by the State Auditor's Office. This firm is one of the top-rated government audit firms in the state, and I request approval for the second year.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we the award of the audit contract for fiscal year 2025, financial audit for the city of Las Vegas by Portillo, Brown and Hill.
Motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Montoya. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garner.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, Mr. Mayor, other than those department heads that are going to be making presentation, I wanted to see if there was any questions that the mayor council had for the other department heads. If there isn't any, I wanted to go ahead and release those department heads from the meeting, if that's okay with the mayor and council.
It's the wishes of the council. I have no issues, I don't think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next on the agenda is item number 3, conduct a public hearing and adopt ordinance 2505, amending water ordinance 1213 and section 446E of the municipal code pertaining to water service rates, deposits, and service charges. We have our water director, Travis Martinez.
At this time, I'll ask for a motion to enter a public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we enter into a public hearing to adopt ordinance number 25-05, amending the water ordinance 1213 in section 4406E of the municipal code pertaining to water service rates, deposits, and service charges.
Second. Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Yes. Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Any Anybody who wishes to speak on this item, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand so you can be sworn in. Under the penalties of perjury, do you swear that your testimony this evening is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Martinez. Good evening.
This ordinance change just affects the rates for the cost of obtaining a new water service tap, which are the connection fees, not the water rates, not the actual water rates.
Mr. Martinez, just to clarify, the reason why, it does read on the agenda is because that's currently what these fees fall under the rates, the rate ordinance, basically, right?
That is correct.
So again, just to clarify, the rates aren't increasing, it's only
Rates
the
are
fees.
not increasing, it's
Okay.
just the service fees. Service fees entails time and material to do the new connections.
Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Olivari?
Mr. Martinez, is there gonna be any changes on the rates?
No,
No?
just the connection fees.
Mr. Mayor. This item went before the Utilities Committee, and it was recommended for the rates. Just a little bit of history on this. The last time the rates were lifted was in 2002, when I was chair of the Utilities Committee, and we raised them. And they were at $500 a tap. And they've been for $500 a tap for 20 years.
Yes, sir.
And I think that what's going on here is with inflation, the materials and salary increases, all those have gone up, but the price tag of a water service has not. It's stayed the same for 20 years. And I think that Mr. Martinez, somehow or another, we need to build it into the system, Mr. City Manager, to where we look at this every 5 years, whether it's by ordinance, or however it's done. But to look at it every 5 years and see where inflation is at, so that we won't have to go 75% in one whack. I mean, we're going up to what, $2,200 for a tap?
Yes, sir.
Something like that, yeah. So in order to avoid that, I think that's the direction that this city has to move forward to, reviewing these policies, every 5 years or so, and not wait till a new director with new ideas and trying to protect his budget. Because right now, any new service, he's not recovering any of that funding, if I'm correct.
Correct. If I may speak to that, Counselor, the way that we have it written here, or proposed written here, is at the time of application for a new water tap, that will be the rate at the time of application. So, for example, 5 years from now, the rates fluctuate on material and it's $5,000, it'll be at that time. 10 years from now, the rates fluctuate and decrease and it's $1,000, it'll be $1,000 at that time.
And Travis, I know we keep saying rates
I mean,
but
fees, I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, because I know,
I'm
somewhere
sorry.
this is gonna come out. But again,
The
fees
connection
for the-
fees
yes.
for time and material, for material purposely, is that it's built in here that it'll equalize itself at the time of the economy. So if it increases, the fees increase. This will increase with it, and if it decreases, it'll decrease with it at all times. So that way, to prevent this, in case it happens, 5 years and they forget about it 5 years from now, at the time of application, that's what they will be charged at time of application, moving forward.
Mr. Martinez, are you handling, well, I don't think you're handling the residents, that if there's an increase on the water rates or a decrease on your parts or something, are you letting them know?
Say that again, on
On the water rates, say you do one and you gotta increase it or decrease it, or your parts are a little more expensive? Do you let your customers know?
Yes, they can ask at the time of application, or they can do an IPRA.
Thank you.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, I'm looking at the scale and, obviously it's been years that there's been an increase, and that's unfortunate because, like Councilor Montoya mentioned, that all of a sudden we get, this large increase in water, water tap, not necessarily water rate, but at all water rate, but, so does this apply, these fees apply the same, whether it's in the city limits or ETZ or anything like that? Can you
So
kind of break that down?
yes, as you guys can see right here, everything is the same for City of Las Vegas and the ET zone, except for the connection tap for the ET zone. And that was already embedded into the original ordinance, and it's been embedded into this one now. The original one was the City of Las Vegas charged $600 to tap into the distribution system in county, in the ET zone. And that was to tap into our system, and the City of Las Vegas provide them water. And usually that's accounted for administrative fees and stuff like that associating with in county. So basically, with the way that everything has fluctuated, we just increased that to $1,200.
Okay, and then the fees that you have listed here are pretty much residential, correct?
Residential and commercial.
And commercial. Where does it change? Size of meter, size of
So
piping?
it does it, if you look at it, it's on the size of meters. If you want a single setter, a double setter, if you want a 1 inch, a 2 inch, a 4 inch, a 6 inch, and an 8 inch.
Okay.
So it changes based on the type of meter set that they are
And
requiring.
residential water taps are basically 3/4, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
And-
anything beyond that would be considered commercial?
Anything beyond, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, so I can understand it a little better, so.
And the rates that you guys see in front of you right here, those are the rates as present right now, as of today.
Okay. That's it, Mayor. I don't have no other questions.
Thank you.
And if
Councilors?
there's one more thing I might say, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Martinez?
There's a lot of questions I've been getting hit on this. When they talk about the mainline extension, the mainline extension in there, it's the moratorium holds us from extending any water lines in the ET zone, which we only ask for a partial lift of the new water taps. That's it. So the main line extension goes for inside city limits, for residents or anything like that. So just to clarify on that.
So again, just a brief summary, real quick. I know I keep saying this, but I want to make sure that it's communicated to the community properly. Again, water rates are not changing. This is only for materials to basically put us in line with what the current costs of water taps, concrete, asphalt, any plumbing supplies, et cetera. Basically, we're bringing them up to whatever the current market price of today is. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Council,
I move that we get out of public hearing.
motion to return to regular session by Councilman Montoya. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Montoya? Counselor Casey? I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Governing body?
There's not anything here that says. to adopt the ordinance.
So, Madam
So
Clerk.
we have a
Mr.
public.
Mayor, Madam Clerk, do you have, was there supposed to be an item to act on this?
Yes, it's to adopt ordinance 2505. It's within that same item number 3.
So it's on the same item?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the ordinance number 2505 for the purpose of increasing the costs of starting new water taps.
A motion by Councilor Casey, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, can you just include on the motion 12 and 13 in section 446E? That's part of the ordinance.
Okay. I'll amend my motion to approve the adoption of ordinance number 2505, amending the water ordinance 1213 in section 446E of the municipal code pertaining to water service rates, deposits, and service charges. This is strictly for the fee for new water taps.
You agree to that?
Second.
Okay.
Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
And for the record, Madam Clerk, could you add that it was, I know Councilman Montoya brought it up, but it was approved by the Utilities Committee?
Yes, I will include that in there. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, request approval to award request for proposals 2025-25, City of Las Vegas, New Mexico Comprehensive Master Plan to LEC Engineering Incorporated, doing business as LOI Engineers, and enter into contract. We have our Community Development Director, Mr. Lucas Marquez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. First off, I want to apologize. I walked in a little bit late. I didn't get a chance to greet you guys, but good evening. I'm glad you guys are all here and safe. So every 5 years, the City of Las Vegas has to have a master plan conducted. I believe the last one that we did was in 2020. So right on time, we're in the right area. We had 2 proposers that came through for us. One was Sauter Miller and Associates, and the other one was LOE, doing business LOI. After interviewing both, we feel that there was a nice suited one with the LOI. The reason being is that they've dealt with small towns like ours. They were able to bring people out and attend their meetings. I really like that. They have some good concepts on how to get them out. And that's something that this town needs, because we don't have a lot of participation when it comes to these type of things. And we want to make sure that we get as much as we can out there so that every voice is heard. So we did go with LOI. A couple of things about them. Their main office is in El Paso, but they do have 2 satellite offices, one in Las Cruces and one in Clovis. So they are in the state of New Mexico, and they are ready to come and stay in this town to go ahead and get us moving. And I'd like to go ahead and see if there's any questions from the mayor and council.
And Mr. Marquez, depending on what happens tonight, I know if it's approved, next meeting, they'll be presenting and kind of letting us know a timeline on how they'll be proceeding with public input, et cetera. Am I correct?
Yes, so what I did is I want to see if we get approval tonight, I'm going to go, I have already spoken with Mr. Lopez. His name is Fred Lopez. He'll go ahead and make a presentation, and him and his staff will come over here and introduce themselves to mayor and council, because we'll be working closely with everybody in every single ward. So I want to make sure that mayor and council knows exactly who they are and what they're doing and what direction we're headed in.
Yeah.
Councilor Casey.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that when we did the last 5-year plan, our grant writer, Robert Archuleta, was very much involved in that to ensure that every ward was represented in some way in the master plan. And so I just wanted to iterate that, since Mr. Lopez is not from here, he's not from the area. So I think that, that's something that we need to consider to make sure that someone from community development or associated with community development can work with the firm.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marquez, can you explain to the public what a comprehensive plan is and why we do it every 5 years?
Sure. So a comprehensive plan is pretty much the layout of how the direction that we want our community to go in. We want to make sure that we're adding additional lands at a proper measure, so we're not overwhelming ourselves, but also that we're adding enough to go ahead and incorporate more city limits and more GRTs or, you know, raise those tax, not, I don't want to raise tax dollars, but raise more money for the city is what I'm trying to say. So the comprehensive plan helps us with not just land, but helps us with law, helps us with water, utility, anything that the city is involved in, the master plan will go into. Even committees and boards are involved in the master plan. So our utility advisory committee would be in this plan. Our boards like lodgers tax so would be involved in here, and they'll give us direction on what way we should go with it. Not only that, they take into opinion every citizen and every constituent and every ward. They take their opinion and run with it, so we can try to make our community better for every community member in our community.
You know, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is another item where when you go for funding for the legislature, they look at your 5-year master plan as well as your ICIP plan. And that helps you get in the door. And if these projects are listed on there, I mean, that represents the whole community, because the whole community will have the input. And as I mentioned it today, this morning at the training that I was receiving, is that nonprofits need to get involved in this, because nonprofits are really moving up, and they're in need of government assistance, because at the end of the day, we're the financial accountabilities for them on whatever they request for. And this way, they don't go behind our backs to the legislature, and it's a surprise to us that they're asking for this funding when we're going to be the financial responsibility for it. So, you know, if the community decides that they want whatever kind of development, I mean, this is where you go. This is where you build it. This is where you start the plan of what the future looks for Vegas in the next 5 years. So it's very important. Thank you for everybody's
Council, I agree,
participation.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus.
Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Marcus, I'm excited about the opportunity to be part of this process associated with the plan. And I think, you know, important for us is after the plan and as we develop the plan with consultation from yourselves and the community, that we develop actionable steps associated directly to the plan, and that we're reporting back on a regular basis annually each year through the 5 years, with a culmination of a summary, hopefully, at the end of the 5-year plan, so that we can not only plan our work, but do our work. And so that's part of the process that I think, and I know I'm excited about that opportunity to work alongside the mayor and council, the community, and Mr. Marcus and his team to put the plan together and then put actionable steps that we can review and make sure that we're following the plan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And to add to that, I think it's really important in us as the entity is that we really, and I know, you know, I think a couple of years, you know, when we did the last master plan, but, you know, us as elected officials really get our constituents engaged in this, because if you recall, if you go to our last master plan, you know, the whole plaza parking, all that, et cetera, was built within that master plan. And when we started working on it, it became a big issue. I mean, we still have issues today, right? You know, concerns. I mean, Arnold probably gets the calls all the time with, you know, the safety issues, et cetera. But, you know, from one part of town to the other, every constituent we can engage, we really need to make an effort. And I think that's going to help out, you know, with our PIO, more continued on the radio, because we can't afford to put this master plan in place, and then when we go to construction, it's like, hey, when, you know, everything's already engineered and planned, and we get to that point where it's a done deal, right? I mean, funding, you know, so, you know, Mr. Marcus, as we move forward, you know, if it's approved here tonight, let's make every effort, Mr. City Manager, to engage the public in this plan, so.
Mayor, council, yes, we're looking forward to the town halls. We want to make sure that we can have these town halls. We got to get the people involved. We need to hear what our constituents want. We need to hear what's broken so we can know what to fix. And that's the main point in this thing is, it's going to be a big audit of the whole city. For the next 5 years, we're going to be able to try to correct everything that they're having concerns with. And Councilor Montoya is right. Once this plan goes in place, we have a good little piece of advice or docket to take to the legislature and ask for money for fundings for our roads or for our parkings or whatever kind of projects the constituents are looking for. I know there's a lot of concerns with it. I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to hear out the good and the bad. So I hope that when we get going, that we get plenty of public support and public input.
With that, councilors?
No, Mayor, just last comment is, this five-year plan also includes infield first for Las Vegas to grow, to provide, and also for future growth, infield first, and then we worry about the rest later. But with that, Mr. Mayor, I request that we approve the award RFP 2025-25, City of Las Vegas, New Mexico Comprehensive Master Plan to LEC Engineering Incorporated, LOL Engineering, and entering to this contract. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Montoya, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, the council, thank you guys very much. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Moving on to our next item, request approval to award request for proposal 2025-32 for engineering and construction services to Stantec Consulting Services, Miller Engineering, and Parametrics. We have our Public Works Director, Mr. Arnold Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager Anaya. So I come this evening to request approval to award this RFP number 2025-32 for engineering and construction services to Stantec Consulting Services, Miller Engineering, and Parametrics. So we went out for an RFP and we had 5 proposals for this. And a committee reviewed all the proposals submitted, and these were scored the highest. So, and this is particular to federal funding and grants, and particularly our application for Hot Springs Boulevard. It required that we go out for an RFP actually for federal, because it's a federal project, right? And that's the reason why we went out, and it'll be specific to that project immediately for the CDBG, actually. Any questions?
Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is, all 3 will be on an as-needed basis?
That is correct.
Okay. That was my concern. It was like, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, and it'll be, utilized only for federal projects, since we don't get that many federal projects, but
Right.
they're available, and they meet the criteria and the requirements for any federal project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Martinez?
I'll go ahead and move to approve award RFP 2025-32 for engineering and construction services to Stantec Consulting Services, Miller Engineering, and Paramix.
Motion by Councilman Martinez, second by Councilman
Parametrics.
Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Our next item is request appointment of voting delegate and alternate for the 2025 annual conference in Rio Doso, New Mexico. And as members of the New Mexico Municipal League, we are entitled to 1 delegate vote. And I'm aware that we have 3 counselors and the mayor are attending the annual conference. So we need to let the league know who will be the voting delegate. So I brought this item to you so you can vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Martinez?
I just wanted to make note that I was the voting delegate last year. So I'd like to see if we can at least, change hands, alternate a little bit.
He was gonna ask that he was experienced so he could do it again. but-
A little bit, but yeah, I'd like to
Counselor?
share that, Thank you.
Council? What was this? That he was the delegate last year.
That was before.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the mayor be the voting delegate for the conference and that Councilor Ulibarri be the alternate.
I'll accept. A motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you, and I just wanna, I think they want me to stay longer at the conference because it ends early and then the delegate sticks around, but I'm willing to do the extra work.
You were there last time as an alternate, so hey.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next item, request approval of memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas and Amistad y Resolana. Mr. Mayor.
So councilors, I know, at the time, there's been some issues, and I know, I think one of the issues we had concerns that community development, I think the city, previous city manager, they had, if you don't mind, they had received calls from DOT, and I think at that time, the previous city manager had looked into liabilities. They reached out to risk with our risk manager, and there was some issues that needed to be addressed. I know Public Works, et cetera, went and, did some code enforcement, with Mr. Alejandro, and, there was some concerns, but I think in this MOU, like I said, this was right in the transition, so I guess that's why I'm speaking on this, and I did give Mr. Alejandro a call. I'll be the first to say that, the services that he provides in recovery to this community is beneficial, and instead of just shutting down recovery, because there's a notion that we're against recovery in our community, and that's not the case. There was some issues that I think need to be addressed. I think those matters, if you really look in the MOU, I know Councilman Undavari, you brought up some issues, as far as, some cars, et cetera, that were there. But, I think had we had more conversation with Mr. Alejandro, we could have alleviated that. But I know at one time in discussion with him, he said he had been given, the opportunity to use that for his recovery services. So what we did is we sat down, got to the input from community development, code enforcement on the calls they've been getting, took into consideration the letter from DOT, on their concern over, if they had to go in and do maintenance, et cetera. So if you really look at this MOU, there's a lot of those concerns have been addressed. I don't know if you guys want to, if you guys were able to look at it. I think it gives us an opportunity to work and make sure that the services that he provides, that he can't, Mr. Alejandro, if you don't mind coming up, those services that maybe can't be done within the facility, that he does have the opportunity to use it. If you look in the MOU, it does discuss about, if there's major events, there is, he'll come to community development, get permits, et cetera, to ensure that, there's, it's whatever he's doing is in a safe manner. It falls within, compliance with any city ordinances, et cetera. Mr. Marquez, I don't know if you want to, I know, you worked with me and with legal in this MOU and also with Mr. Alejandro. I don't know if you want to touch up on that.
So we did have some issues down at the bottom of the bridge. I spoke with Mr. Alejandro Rivera in regards to it. I know his services. I know what he does. He's a good benefit to the community, assists in a lot of areas. However, there was issues that we had going on down there that I needed to address, not only as a community development director, but also as a I guess working with the state. I had to make sure I was a good team player with them as well. There was concerns of the vehicles being down there and the bridges not being able to be maintenanced. So, I had to go ahead and get letters from them to see what was going on. I then approached Mr. Rivera once again. Things started getting moved. But then we did go ahead and move in with the Jersey barriers. Mr. Rivera gave me a call and said, let me complete with my mission and we'll go ahead and sit down and talk at the table. He did tell me that he was given permission previously, but we couldn't find no paperwork. Am I correct? We couldn't find anything. So, but yet there was evidence of something that was allowed to happen because there was murals put up over there. There was times when I passed by and he was talking to young kids that were having issues or whatever it may be. He was giving them a therapy lesson outside, and I stopped and I would listen sometimes. When I worked at Solid Waste, I actually helped him in some of those classes. So I know there was things going on down there. I never saw all that stuff. But anyways, we came back to the table. We made an MOU, and hopefully that the council will see it the way we're looking at it. And the thing about it is, in this MOU, we put in there where there can no longer be these types of items put down there that are going to affect the maintenance of this bridge or the dexterity of it or any of those issues. And again, Mr. Alejandro Rivera, if he's going to have a big event, will have to come and get his permits and all the proper paperwork would have to be turned in.
And I think within this, it also, again, that's a community area, and Mr. Alejandro is aware of that, and encourages, others to use that. And in this MOU, does allow for that, same procedures, right? Same procedures as we do for parks or anything else, permitting. This agreement here is specifically to Mr. Alejandro and Amistad y Resolana and what they do. So, Council, I'll go ahead and, if you guys have any questions, I'll answer to the best of my ability and my participation in this. This was reviewed by Mr. Ambrosio Castellano, the legal on that one, so.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mr. Marquez, this thing under the bridge has been going on for years and years without no permits, without anything from the state, from the city. And Mr. Rivera knows that. And we've gone to that place and it's always a mess. And we got people in there that are going in and out with no liability insurance. And you got to start looking at that, Mr. Marquez, because it does affect the city. I don't know about what the state is doing, DOT is doing, but it's concerning for our citizens and for our city. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Mostrana had his hand up before I did.
So first of all, thank you for your service to the community in that area or in town. I do have a couple of concerns. You are a nonprofit organization or?
We're a nonprofit, 501(c)(3).
Okay, and you guys they have a city license?
Yes, we have a business license, we have our social work license, we have different licenses that we utilize to address and identify how to provide services to the community. So we're fully loaded with all the credentials that we need to provide this service for the community,
Okay. Mr. Marquez, I thank you for working with this organization. I know I know the history of it. My question is, so the 104 bridge belongs to the state?
To my understanding, yes, sir, the bridge belongs to the state and.
But the property under it belongs to the city?
Yes, the roads belong to the city.
Yeah, okay, and we have it fenced off?
We have it fenced off, yes, sir.
Okay. So, if this passes tonight, I would request that what is it, $1,600 a year?
1,500.
Yeah. 1,600?
15.
$1,500 a year? Yeah, I don't know, I guess that monies would go straight directly to the general fund. And I would ask that money I heard the comments earlier on public input that you were requesting some lighting underneath that place to light it up, because you will have permission up to 10 o'clock, I believe, to utilize that place.
It would really be
Yeah, helpful.
very helpful and
Yeah.
beneficial to the community.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to just briefly state, you know, what we've done with youth. You know, we have got an influx of referrals from the JPO for a lot of our youth that are actually at risk. And there's a lot of programs in this community that provide services, but Amistad y Resolana is a very unorthodox provider that we use different approaches to address and identify recovery. First and foremost, what we're doing under the bridge, well, we're not doing it under the bridge, we're doing it under the hot sun now, because I do honor and respect what the city said, don't go under the bridge. So we've been working on our boxcars and our bikes on the, you know, on the heat, because we do want to get a permit from the city to actually, you know, provide that service and, you know, have these kids, you know, utilize that opportunity to build something with their hands. And I gotta honestly say, I've got pictures on my phone, and I gotta honestly say that I was floored with some of those young men and women and families. You're talking daddies, mamas, even grandmas coming in and participating in building box cars, just like Little Rascals, you know, building bikes. I mean, we're going back to the beginning, to where instead of going and buying a bike at Walmart, we're asking for donations. We go to a scrapyard, you know, we go everywhere, and they donate these bikes, and we create magnificent, you know, ideas, and they take these bikes home. You know, there's already 6 kids that already built their bikes, and they're riding them in town. You know, if we provide a service, you know, it's not my service, it's the community service. It's our service, not mine. You know, I don't own the bridge. You know, I want every person in here to be able to utilize that under the bridge, because it's a perfect venue, not just to have counseling, but to have different events. Because the acoustics under the bridge are amazing. You know, so let's utilize it. Let's bring back our community. We talk about bringing back community. You know, we talk about our youth, but how many people are actually doing anything? We need to work together to bring back our gente. How many people are going back to Rio Rancho and not staying in Las Vegas because there's nothing for them? You know, we need to work together as a community, not fight each other, not look at each other and say, he's profiting, he's doing this, you know, he's doing that. No, let's look at it. They're doing something for our primos, for our primas, for our tios. You know, I'm doing this from my corazon. I'm doing this from my heart. You know, like 10, 15 years ago, my father died from a drug addiction. You know, he was thrown at North Regional Hospital in a wheelchair. That's where he died. 3 months after that, my uncle, 42 years old, they threw him in a trash can, died from a drug overdose. A little after that, another uncle, 37 years old, died from a drug overdose, because we're not working together, because we're not finding opportunities to address and identify how we're going to motivate our people to stay off drugs and alcohol, because we're too busy fighting each other. We need to work together, not fight against each other.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Senor. I was leading towards the $1,500 to be put in for lighting. And the other request is, you know, maybe we could ask the DOT for maintenance of the bridges when they have to maintain the bridge at night. Maybe they could supply the lighting for that area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the honor and pleasure of meeting Mr. Rivera, oh gosh, probably about 10, 12, 15 years ago, I don't remember. But he came to the San Miguel Family and Community Health Council to talk to the council about what services he was providing at that time. I also went to visit his office, and I met some of his clients there. And I watched him work with the people that were coming to see him, and he is really quite impressive. And I haven't been there like all the time, but I do try to keep track of what's happening there, drive by often, and take a look at what's going on. I'm very pleased that we actually have an MOU now that specifies what the responsibilities are. And Counselor Montoya, if you look at the third page, number 7, fee and in-kind contribution. In-kind contribution is in lieu of a monetary fee. So he does not have to pay that $1,500. His contribution he's going to be doing work, cleanup of graffiti, weeds and trash from the property. Those are the in-kind services that he will be performing for that year that will amount to $1,500 annually. The program itself does not have money to be, paying the city for rent or anything like that for the use of the property. So I just wanted to clarify that. But the general provisions it's a mutual understanding between the city and Mr. Rivera. They provide services when the area was closed off by the city a few months ago. I had many of his clients call me up and say that they were very upset about this because the work that he was doing with themselves, their children, their grandchildren, their relatives was absolutely fabulous. And some of them, one woman said, I took my granddaughter over there and I decided to stay myself. She said, because I was learning how to deal with my granddaughter who was addicted to drugs. I was learning how to deal with other people that have issues as my granddaughter does. Those are the kinds of people that we need that are to receive those services, and Mr. Rivera has been doing it for many years, and he's been doing it really well. And so I'm very pleased with the MOU, and it's my understanding that he has not received a final copy of the MOU. He did get an early draft, so I would please get him a copy this evening so that he can take a look at it. And I really think that that's important so that he knows exactly what's in there. And we can move forward with this.
Please, Councilor. I don't know, Councilman Martinez, did you have anything?
Well, no, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make mention of the railroad. Of course, it's right behind the fenced area, and I know it's fenced securely and everything. I just want to make sure that, those people that you serve are aware of the dangers of the railroad tracks and so forth, and I know you do. I'm just want to make sure that we're also a good partner to the railroad and not just forgetting about them in this MOU as well, because State of New Mexico, City of Las Vegas, and now I think that partner also should be, I think it belongs to the State of New Mexico, if I'm correct. Anyway, correct? If anybody has any history on that, I don't know that for a fact. But I'm pretty sure that it does belong to the State of New Mexico. The purchase of the rail between, I guess it'd be like from Belen all the way to Raton, if I'm correct, or Trinidad. I'm not even sure, but they're also to some degree a partner, and I just want to make sure that we understand the hazards of the railroad. Thank you.
And I was going to ask Mr. Rivera, Mr. Lulu, can he present with you?
All right.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Sorry about that, Mr.
Prior to this MOU, this final draft, there was a letter of intent that was sent to the council. And prior to the drafting of that Mr. Rivera handled, there was a conversation to simplify things. Not only was the need for the program, but as long as beautification and the prevention of blight was going to be enforced from Amistad, it removes all objections. It's a beautiful thing, right? The space is now clean. The graffiti prevention is there. And to the last point, the issue of the train, we had this conversation, and Mr. Rivera stated that he would build a fence. I said, well, the state of the city should do that. He says, I'm willing to do it myself. So with that, you have safety, you have cleanliness, there's order for DOT. Where's the obstruction? The program that I ran, it was in conjunction with Highlands, okay? So the city council heard about my plan. The mayor offered the services of the marketing department. The police chief was actually behind it. And most importantly, the parents, they were blown away by the program, but this was held on the college campus indoors, right? So it was a very safe space. There are a lot of people who could not access the program. So if you have something like this going on in the public, it's no different than if it was running in one of the parks. So I see absolutely no objection to the continuance.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
And Mr. Drew, I think the only problem is it was never documented, and I think that's why we're here today, is make sure that it's documented, it's recorded, because you never know, I mean, come January, you don't even know if, a majority of us will even be here, but it continues that effort and the services that we want to provide in our community.
That letter of intent laid out the duties that would be for the organization as well as the city, so it's
With that,
it's simple.
I had Councilman Ulibarri and then Montoya, and then I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr.
No,
City
you-
Manager. I know it's good counseling. I don't have no problems with it, and even the council doesn't have a problem with that. But you know what it is, Mr. Marcus? What are you gonna do in the wintertime with people that are getting counsel? Are they gonna be out there on the snow, getting cold? You see, you're using the city property, you're using the state property. I think that Mr. Rivera and whoever's involved with that has gotta get permits for that. I don't have no problems with any of that. But if they don't get anything like that, and they get people in there, you get all kinds of people that are being counseled for drugs, for alcohol, for domestics. I mean, you got a lot of people in there. And you know who's in charge of that? If something happens, is that Mr. Rivera's gonna have an insurance to cover that, or the city's gonna cover it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Montoya?
Yes.
Councilman Martinez, and then I'll go to Mr. Manager.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Is there not a fence at the railroad on that side?
Let me interject on that. There is a fence, but we want to make a structural fence to where it's safer. It's a fence, but it's open. People can still access from the back. It's not like the front with a cyclone fence.
Right, okay.
So if we put a fence on the back, it'll make it safer for everyone. And just to comment on, not comment, but just to share, common sense, Councilman Ulibarri, is that in the wintertime, we're not gonna counsel people on the elements. We're gonna counsel people inside our venue, just to be.
Mr. Rivera, come here and counsel them inside in the summertime, in their place.
Because that is a venue for all of us, even for you. That's a venue for all of us. It's a beautiful venue. Why should we not use it and utilize it for our youth? If you want to take it personal or whatever, go ahead, but this is not about you. It's not about me. It's about community.
You know what we look at that, Mr. Mayor? It's a liability for the city.
Thank you.
Okay. You gotta say something.
No,
I'm
me,
sorry. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
City Manager, you had it?
Mr. Mayor, decision before the council is yours associated with the MOU. I will say that I have had experience over several decades associated with behavioral health and programs, and would say that I have a few individuals that actually work directly in this program with Amistad, and as social workers who graduated from Highlands University, and other people that have gone through the program, and that the program does offer excellent services, wraparound services in a non-traditional way, in a culturally significant way, to support the needs of these people facing these challenges. And I would just put forth that this particular entity, along with Samaritan House and other nonprofits in the community, are the people, as manager, that I will look to help augment the enormous challenges associated with behavioral health, substance abuse, and many other challenges that face the community. And so I look forward to that opportunity to work with Amistad, Samaritan House, and others that can help us and meet us in the middle, if you will, to figure out balance and compromise in the service of the citizens of the city of Las Vegas. Of course, in line with regulations, responsibilities, in accordance with working with the railroad, the DOT, and other entities that are impacted. So any structural changes or construction will also follow carefully and cautiously the requirements of NMDOT, BNSF, the state of New Mexico, in partnership with any entities like Amistad that we're working with to provide and render services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think, so he said what you were going to say.
Took the word right out of my mouth.
Okay.
Whatever kind of construction is going to go on down there, we'll definitely work with BNSF and Department of Transportation to make sure we're not offending any rules.
And I just want to be clear, if you look closely at the MOU, again, taken into considerations were the concerns from DOT, the concerns from within the city's insurance authority. Those were all addressed in this MOU. Liability, was taken in. Permitting is a part of that, for the bigger events. So I think, this is, again, working jointly and collaboratively and ensuring that the services that we all are aware in this community of recovery and substance abuse, that we're not shutting the doors, but we're coming together and sitting at the table and addressing those as a whole community. So with that, if there's anything else to be said, if not, I'll entertain a motion when we're, Councilman Montoya.
I'm going to make a motion to request the approval of the memorandum of understanding between City of Las Vegas and Amistad.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Montoya, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Just one word of one note. If there is no fence in the back, I would ask, our city manager and of course our director, to look into that, to see what we can do to support that, because safety is a priority. We're gonna do anything moving forward. Okay?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Naya.
Council and Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Naya.
I would also add that, per the comments made at the meeting, we'll also look into lighting and collaboration associated with maybe assisting with that and figuring out a partnership to figure out how to get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our next item. Actually, the next 10 items are resolutions for the ballot questions. We'll go one by one. First one is request approval of Resolution 2531, approving proposed charter amendments and authorizing placement of ballot question on the ballot of the regular local election for the City of Las Vegas in the County of San Miguel on November 4th, 2025, for the purpose of voting on such amendments. I'll turn this over to Mr. Gino Zamora, our city attorney.
Mayor, council, would you prefer that I go to the center? Might be easier on everybody.
Wherever the camera picks you up.
I don't have my makeup on.
And I know they're not officially together, but I think you're in support or, of the Charter Commission. I saw Miss Meredith Britt, but I guess she left out, and Mr. Chairman Matt Martinez.
Okay, Mayor, councilors, I'll give an introduction to all 10 resolutions and some context, and then I'll go resolution by resolution. I'll try and make it as fast as possible. I'm not going to read every line of every resolution. So,
Mr. Ortiz, if you don't mind just kind of summarizing before we start on the first one, the reason why there's 10, I know we had discussed, possibly 3, so if you could touch up on that. And then the other part, I do want to, let the governing body know here that we already had the discussion of changes within, the charter on how, we've already voted individually on what we're going to approve. I don't really think that we should get into a debate on let's change exact words, because I think we already went through that. Mr. Attorney, am I correct that we pretty much approved it with the understanding it was only going to be 3, but that changed to 8? Or 10, I mean, 10, yeah.
I'll address both of those items. On July 2nd, which was the council's third review of all the proposed revisions, the first was March 11th in a joint session, May 22nd when the commission presented to the council, and then the council called for a meeting on July 2nd, starting at 10 a.m. to take as much of the day as possible to discuss all the items, to come up with revisions, and to vote on the final positions on the charter amendments. And then the final directive to me as charter counsel was to draft the resolutions that reflected the final decisions made on July 2nd. So that's why that is what we're presenting to you, is simply the resolutions that reflect the decisions already made by the governing body. Okay? Mr. Mayor, if I may.
The last meeting that we had, the question was asked, will we get an opportunity to vote on the resolution when the item comes before us? And the answer was yes. So tonight's the night for that.
Tonight is the night to vote on the resolutions that reflect the decisions you
Yes.
made in July.
And you
That is
have
correct.
10 of them? No, this
Yes, let me address, if I may address that, Councilor and Mayor and governing body members. I've got with me Stevie Nichols from our office. You're familiar with her. She's worked on several projects. She helped me with the research on these resolutions and what the original intent and what I had talked about directly was that I thought that we would be able to go forward with 3 resolutions. The first being an umbrella resolution for all administrative changes within the charter. The second was going to be the question of 4 members to 8 members. And the third resolution would address compensation and the direction given by the governing body on what to put on the ballot. As we started doing the research and drafting the resolutions and reviewing resolutions passed by other charter cities, what became apparent was, as you know, the Charter Commission did a ton of work. And each article that was amended had a ton of amendments within them. It became apparent that one resolution for all administrative changes, 1 wouldn't work, 2 would create some risk. There's a term with legislation called log rolling. When you put way too many topics into one question, and then the public may not know all the topics because you've combined them into one. And we've got to reduce it down to a summary question, yes or no, approve or not approve, or for or against the question. So as we were doing that, it became apparent that the best practice to make sure that no one in the community could
could challenge the election and the results of the election were to divide the administrative changes into one question per changed article. So there are, instead of one resolution for all the administrative changes, there are 8 resolutions for each article that has proposed changes. And I'll read you those 8 questions. In addition to the 8 questions, there are the 2, 4 to 8, and compensation, which is 10,000 to 15,000. That's what you've got in your packet. I know I did pitch, and Cassandra and I had this conversation. We were going to work really hard to get that down to 3 questions on the ballot, but I felt it put the questions, at the end of our research, I felt it put the questions at risk if we log rolled 8 articles into one simple question. And that's how we got to that point. And I apologize for not managing the expectations correctly on that. I think had we conducted some of this research earlier on, I would have been a lot more direct. But that research came when we started drafting the resolutions. So had we drafted sample resolutions 8 months ago, I would have managed your expectations by saying, I think it's going to be 10. I don't think we can get it down to 3. But that's where we're at. And that's the background for this.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Zamora, a lot of these changes, the administrative changes, were due to changes in the New Mexico Local Election Act. There's nothing that we can do to combine those ones so that we don't, I mean, I'm very concerned about this because people are gonna say, ooh, my God, 10 things? And they're not gonna vote at all.
Right.
And how do we get this information to everybody?
Sure. So starting with the resolutions themselves, the full body, we're showing what the depth of the revisions, number 1. Number 2, I think the questions themselves are written very well and very concise. That's why I'd like to read them to you tonight. Instead of the entire, 5 pages of resolution times 10 resolutions, I'll read the questions because the council has 3 times seen the revisions. But it's the simplification of those questions. Councilor Casey, I agree that there's a common thread through several of the amendments of election code compliance. Unfortunately, when the election code appears in governing body and in mayor and in referendum, there are other things around them that are edits to those articles. So I don't think we could just go with an election compliance question because we'd miss all the other edits in those articles. Okay? And so we went through this exercise. This seemed to be the best way to do it and ensure that if things are approved, they're not challenged by a member of the community to say, we didn't get the information necessary. So it's a protective mode. I think, I'd like to think that as we go through the questions, there will be a comfort level. The administrative ones are non-controversial. They're very simple. And then the ones that are a little more controversial, a little bit more subject to debate, like 4 to 8 and 10,000 to 15,000, those are isolated, those are separate, so that people can make choices on that without negatively affecting the other questions.
Do you have, or will you have, after you hear everyone's concerns, have recommendations as to how we get the information out to the voting public? Because to print all of these in the local paper, to put them in, whatever other, a radio announcement would take 2 hours to go through this. I don't think we want to buy radio time for that amount of time.
Sure.
So I think that that's important too, because this is far more information that I think people, you might get a few that might read the whole thing, but I seriously doubt that every voter is going to actually know what they're voting for. And it's, I think that's going to be a deterrent to getting the changes passed.
Point well taken, Councillor Casey. Because of the way we need to draft and inform the community through a resolution, to get it, it's a good thing that the commission had a lot of edits, but it also sort of creates this issue. The alternative, if we had only 3 questions and 3 resolutions, is to take the 8 resolutions, because we need all the language in each resolution, and put that in one resolution. So you'd have about a 20-page resolution, if not longer, and we'd end up with the same problem of printing them out and educating the entirety. I know, and you've got the chair of the commission here, there was a lot of discussion about how the commission itself can be very active in interviews, in op-eds, and we recommend to the community that you have a meeting in each ward to talk about these and answer questions.
Are there any restrictions in state statute that would prohibit the governing body from having those 3 main questions that we thought were going to be there, and then each election cycle add another resolution or 2 that the community can vote on to address some of the other issues that need to be addressed by resolution?
So the governing body, up until the deadline to turn in resolutions, can approve or reject resolutions. If the governing body wanted to say, well, we only want to amend Articles 1 and 2 so that we only have 2 questions, and then the other 2, the governing body has that authority.
I know, but what I'm asking is, do we have a timeline? Okay, so
Yes.
can we do it every year, every time there's an election cycle? No. Okay, do we have to wait 5 years? Do we have to wait 10 years? How would that work? Is there something that prohibits us from making those changes to the charter on a more regular basis?
To answer your question very directly, the only opportunity you have under the Local Election Act to amend your charter is at regular elections, which are every other year.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
So
that's
we
the
could
only
do that.
time. You
So we
can't
could
do
that.
a special election
Yeah,
for charter
I know we
amendments.
can't do special elections, but my question was focused on, if we don't approve every single resolution tonight, can we do it instead of the November election? Maybe we can do it at the next year's election.
It would be 2 years,
Yeah.
2 years. So 25, 27,
7,
29.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to
Yes.
upstate to the November, you could.
Ms. Cassandra?
Mr. Mayor, Council, just to give you some history, back in 2022, when we had our election, we had 19 questions that went before, 19, and all of them but 3 passed. So just to give you a little bit of history, we have had that many questions go to the public.
So we've cut it almost in half.
Don't celebrate too soon.
Less than 3 items didn't pass.
That's what she said.
Okay, we may,
I think Councilman Montoya had something, or no? No.
okay. With that as a background, I'll proceed towards question 1, which has been introduced. It's a revision to Article 2 relating to the governing body. And the question reads as follows. Shall the city amend Article 2 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to require that the city council consist of 4 members elected from 4 single-member districts to specify appointments, qualifications, and election procedures, and to remove outdated redistricting principles and requirements that do not comply with the New Mexico Local Election Act? And the options are for or against. That is a very good summary of all the changes made to Article 2. Of course, it clarifies, because the charter as it exists right now says 5 members with 1 at large, but that's not legal. So it's to make it legal. Because there might be a question, I see some thinking going on. Way out in the later one, going 4 to 8, it's got specific resolution, language in the resolution that says that would get applied after question 1. Okay? So that is question 1, we can go one by one, or I can go through all of them, and then you can take action on each one at that point. I'll go with the preference of the governing body.
Let's go through all. Or do you wanna?
Let's go ahead and throw it in.
So we just went over that item.
If we have questions, we can ask at that time.
Okay. So as he goes through them, is the wish of the governing body to vote on it right there and then? Or do you want him to go through all of them and then we'll come back and vote on each one?
Go back and vote on.
I would ask we just vote on it right away. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yeah. So with that, a motion on, is 2531, am I correct? Cassandra? Yeah.
Yes. That would be,
So I'll entertain a motion on Resolution 25-31.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move to vote on resolution number 2531 with the changes that were mentioned by legal counsel.
Motion by Councilman Martinez. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilor Casey. Roll call?
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez? Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
If you don't mind, and I know, go ahead. I know you had your hand raised up.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, Gino didn't know, but he was going to have bucket tonight, so I thought I'd better jump in. One of the questions that the commission had in regards to the 3 questions, we were pretty sure, like you all were prior to today's agenda, that there was only going to be 3 questions. So in the back of my mind, I'm saying, well, how are we going to market this to the community? So it's pretty simple. It's 25-31 through 25-38 are just cleanup of the existing charter. So that's how I see we're going to go out and sell it to the community. And most of the members, if not all of the members of the Charter Commission are willing to do that and go to the ward meetings as well, but also help through the support of the city manager, put together scripts and stuff like this so it can also come out on print, radio, and any other, maybe social media, to let people know what the impact of all these things are. At the end of the day, we're hoping that we will sell that, 2531 through 2538 are primarily cleanup language that straightens the charter and also complies with state law. Because in a lot of cases, that's going to continue to change. And, if we want to have perpetual elections in the future with questions after questions after questions, with the guidance that we had from our esteemed attorney, we were able to make sure that as we go forward, we have the opportunity to sort of encompass the fact that we're going to keep up with state law. Then we've got, 25-39. that would talk specifically about the 4 to 8 consideration. And then 2025-40 would be the compensation. So that's how I see it as a member of the commission, and I'm sure the other members would agree with me that that is how we would sell it to the community. It's not a very complex item. I see what council had to do in regards to breaking it down, because it went through different parts of the charter. So to me, I would have loved 3, but we're gonna have to sell 2 sets. The first 8, number 9 and number 10, and hopefully we get the support of the community, because this is what the commission went through, and with your support and with your input, and hopefully the input of the community, we'll be able to get to that resolution. I think breaking it down like this, I think at the end of the day, we really just have 3 major questions. And we're hoping, I think, as members of the commission, that the community will support those. So just from my perspective, I wanted to, put our 2 cents in, because how we're gonna sell it to the community is important. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Martinez, were you involved with all these changes with the commission?
Yes, sir.
And you're the one that makes some decisions and change some of these stuff on the resolutions?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Counselor, yes, we were. We went through the whole process, the entire commission. I've had the honor of being on the very first charter revision group that allow us to go from non-home rule special charter to a home rule community, and include referendum, initiative, and recall, and all the other changes that we did. But we were able to do them in a wholesale change in consideration of how we're doing them now. And then I was also involved with the second revision that took place, I don't know, about 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, where we had a number of questions. And actually, a lot of the work that we did during the last commission, this commission that just finished the work that you have in front of you, we're doing some of the cleanup from that commission as well. Some of them because they didn't they didn't line up with state law. So at the end of the day, what it boils down to is we were very involved, and we probably went through every little piece of the charter. And in some cases, we eliminated some stuff that was no longer needed, because we're sort of special by having a charter like we do have, but a lot of it reverts back to state law. And, council can tell you how those breakdowns occur, but at the end of the day, it was very thorough. Hopefully that answers your question, Councilor.
So let's go to the next item.
Approval of resolution number 2532. This will be ballot question number 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Gino.
Mr. Zamora, question for you. So what's the worst scenario on this? If let's say 1 item doesn't pass, or 2 items, or 3 items don't pass, what's the worst of the worst? And I'm not talking about the salaries, and I'm not talking about the 4 to 8 and that, but the rest of it as far as abstain from the April to November election. So those things, if they don't pass, they stay on the books, and we just find it difficult to run the city down the road?
Mayor, Councilor Montoya, actually, your question sort of shows the benefits of it having divided up, because the worst case scenario is one of the questions 1 through 8 fails, then only that article is not amended. Whereas if they were combined and that failed, then everything, all 8 administrative changes fail. So by having it singled out, if one of them does fail, then we're only dealing with one article needing to be amended in a future election. Okay. As question 2 has been introduced, I'll read it to the governing body. This relates to the mayor's article in the charter. Shall the city amend Article 3 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to require mayor and mayoral appointees to meet the qualifications required by the New Mexico Local Election Act to specify that the mayor's four-year term commences with the regular local election of November 2025. That was one of the typographical edits we needed to make. And to specify the circumstances and appointment procedures in which a mayor pro tem will assume the role of mayor. That is a very concise summary of all of the edits that you approved on July 2nd.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of Resolution 2532, approving the proposed charter amendments and authorizing placement on the ballot for the regular local election for the City of Las Vegas and San Miguel County on November 4th, 2025, for the purpose of voting on such amendments.
Motion by Counselor Casey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our next resolution, which is Resolution 2533. This is ballot question number 3. Mr. Gino.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the governing body, question 3 deals with Article 4, which is municipal court. And the question reads as follows. Shall the city amend Article 4 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to require that the municipal judge and municipal judge candidates meet the qualifications required by the New Mexico Local Election Act and be elected at large within the city, to update the term of office to commence with the regular municipal election, and to specify the circumstances for vacancy appointment? Again, a concise description of the edits you approved on July 2nd.
It's the pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the Resolution 2533, approving the charter amendments and authorizing placement of the ballot question in the regular local election for the City of Las Vegas and the County of San Miguel on November 4th for the purpose of voting on such amendments.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our next item, which is 11. This is request approval of resolution number 2534. This is ballot question number 4.
Mayor, members of the governing body, this question 4 relates to Article 5, officers, directors, and employees. I will tell you, on July 2nd, you made one edit to the recommendations from the Charter Commission. The recommendations of the Charter Commission removed the governing body from the city manager's hiring and firing of department directors. The council took a vote on July 2nd and said, we don't want that amendment, we want that out. That change was made in this resolution, so that the old language remains, that a city manager hires and removes subject to the approval of the governing body. This resolution reflects that. It's the old language, it's the existing language. You did not want to be removed from that process.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Montoya.
I think I'm kind of disagreeing on this. If you'll go back to section 507 on the departments.
Yes, 507C is the exact.
Yes. And it says, subject to approval of the governing body, the city manager shall establish such departments as necessary for the efficiency administration of the cities. Each department shall be under the supervision of the department director, subject to the direction of the supervisor of the city manager. So right there's telling me that every department has to have a director, and they're all under the supervision of the city manager. Okay?
So
And then-
under,
and which is the old language.
yes,
And then it says the city manager shall appoint department directors subject to approval by the governing body.
yes.
Which is the old language. Now you go to D, and it says department directors are at-will employees who may be placed on administrative leave or removed by the city manager, and the city manager shall report any such leave or removal at the next regular governing body meeting. So it doesn't say that the final approval is by the governing body.
If you'll give me 1 second, I'll go into the resolution. You may have identified a typo
Yes.
that would make it inconsistent. So give me just 1 minute to get to 507 inside the resolution. Okay. So, Councilor Montoya and Mayor Governing Body, the language should have been returned back to normal in both 507C and 507D. And therefore, if there's a motion to approve this resolution, it would be approve this resolution and return 507D to the original language.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I think that is, what Councilor Montoya brings up was specifically made in the motion when we did approve all these items. It didn't.
It was,
Okay.
we didn't catch it. We changed C, we didn't change D. And we'll do that prior to signature of a resolution if it's approved.
Thank you. I was gonna ask the same thing.
Mr. Mayor,
Stress.
if there's no other discussion on this item, I would like to move to approve Resolution 2534 with those changes on Section 507D.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Montoya. I have a second. Second by Councilman Ulibarri.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casey.
So do we have to change the question?
Get up to the question. I haven't read you the question yet, so we'll see as we read it. Shall, the question as presented in this resolution currently reads, shall the city amend Article 5 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to specify hiring and removal practices for the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, chief of police, and department directors, and procedures for vacancies and designation of the acting city manager? Going back to to 507, there is still a change in 507E which was approved, but I think we would take, getting back up to the question, we could delete the words "and department directors" out of the question, because there is not action taken with regard to department directors. So I would add that to a recommended amendment, just to return D and revise the question to reflect returning D to the old language.
Maker a motion. Are you okay with those?
Yes. Thank you.
Second. You okay? Councilman Ulibarri?
Fine.
Okay. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez? I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on.
Just a heads up, Gino, I have a tough council though. I'll go through everything.
You should have worn a headband to catch the sweat.
I feel like the boxer in the corner.
Next item.
Moving-
You have your teeth, so you're okay.
Moving on to item number 12, this is request approval of resolution number 2535. This would be question number 5 on the ballot.
This one is much easier. I will read, these are amendments relating to Article 6, Boards and Commissions and Advisory Committees. There were no changes to the recommendations by the commission, and so therefore the question reads as follows. Shall the city amend Article 6 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to permit the governing body by ordinance to establish committees composed solely of members of the governing body, to specify removal procedures for members of permanent boards and commissions, to require that advisory committees created by the governing body be created by ordinance or resolution, and to require the advisory committees to comply with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. This is all surrounding the creation of and management of boards, commissions, and advisory committees by the city. And bringing a more formal process so that those are some problems the city's had over time. How was it created? When was it created? Resolution or ordinance becomes the rule so that we have a record that we can review when committees are established. And then, of course, there's the transparency component for complying with the Open Meetings Act.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the resolution 2535 for pertaining to the amendments in Article 6, boards, commissions, and advisory committees of the city charter.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
No.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our next resolution, item number 13. This is request approval of Resolution 2536, and this one is ballot question number 6.
Okay, Mayor, members of the governing body, on July 2nd, the governing body adopted the recommendations of the commission, the Charter Commission. There were no changes, and the question reads as follows. Shall the city amend Article 8 of the, and oh, by the way, this is Article 8, Elections, Initiatives, Referendum, and Recall. The question reads, shall the city amend Article 8 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to specify the New Mexico Local Election Act, Sections 122(1) and following, as amended, as the authority over city elections and establish the timelines for regular municipal elections? This is an amendment to comply with the changes since the last Charter Commission. The Local Elections Act has become effective, and by ordinance, you've adopted November elections. And so this is so that you can comply with November elections.
Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 2536 for the charter amendments authorizing the placement of the ballot questions on the ballot of the regular election for article, for pertaining to amendments for Article 8, Elections Initiative, Referendum, and Recall of the City Charter.
Motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our next item, 14, request approval of resolution number 2537, and this one is ballot question number 7.
Mayor, members of the governing body, on July 2nd, the governing body approved the recommendations of the Charter Commission with one clarification in section 9.03. Am I in the right one? I'm sorry. 9.03. And the approval wanted clarification that elected officers of the city shall not hold partisan elected office other than the municipality, and to make clear that anyone holding nonpartisan elected office is permitted or is eligible to be elected or appointed to the governing body. And so that was the one change made from the rest of the recommendations to Article 9. That's been included, and now the question reads, shall the city amend Article 9 of the City of Las Vegas Municipal Charter to add Section 9.01, specifically the New Mexico Governmental Conduct Act, as governing authority over the city's elected officials, appointees, board, commission, and committee members, employees, and all other representatives of the city covered by the act, and to specify in Section 9.02 that no elected officer shall hold any other partisan elected public office.
Casey?
Thank you. On the nonpartisan elected public office is permitted, but the next sentence, the next to the last sentence says, upon swearing in an assumption of any such other office, the elected officer shall be deemed to have forfeited the city office. So let's say that somebody on this council, let's say that the mayor wants to run for mayor and he wins again. He also runs for school board and he wins that one, but he's sworn in first as mayor, so he forfeits the other one, even if he won? How does that work?
I'll read that sentence aloud in its entirety. Upon swearing in an assumption of such other office, the elected officer shall be deemed to have forfeited the city office. That's the old language, and what it's saying is, it's not great language, but what it's saying is, if someone's being appointed into a position that already holds a different city office, when they get the new position, they forfeit the old office. The best example is, it just happened, when a city councilor is selected to fill the vacancy of mayor, once they take office as mayor, they've forfeited the office of councilor. That's what that sentence deals with.
Okay, but that really is not clear.
It wasn't something that we addressed, but I do want you to focus on have forfeited the city office. So it's not forfeited any of the nonpartisan roles, it's forfeited the city office.
So if somebody gets elected for a city office,
Right.
I think, Gino, that language,
Any other such office.
I think the language was in there from when you couldn't hold any other office. So I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe something needs to be amended to,
I think it would be clearer, I think you're correct, if in the first sentence, upon swearing in an assumption of any such other city office, then the elected officer shall be deemed to have forfeited the prior city office. Any such
would
other,
make more sense.
the prior city office.
just for the record, I'm only committed to the city, I'm not planning.
I think that would be a good amendment to the resolution. And I'll reread the proposed amended sentence. Upon swearing in an assumption of any other city office, the elected officer shall be deemed to have forfeited the prior city office. And that, I think that will help us in the short run, and then we can flag that for any future commission meetings.
Thank you.
Thank
Pleasure of the council.
That gave me a headache when I first read it. I have a headache now.
Pleasure of the council.
With that change, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Resolution 2537 with questions pertaining to amendments in Article 9, conflict of interest, ethics of the city charter.
Motion by Councilor Casey, do I have a second? Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
No.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to business item number 15. This is request approval of resolution number 2538. This pertains to ballot question number 8. Mr. Gino.
Okay. Mayor, members of the governing body, this is the easiest of all of them. On July 2nd, the board approved proposed revisions to Article 10, which Article 10 relates to transitional provisions of the city charter. It's just an updating of dates and correcting typographical errors. And so the question is the simplest of all of them. Should the Las Vegas Municipal Charter, Article 10, be amended to revise the effective date of the charter and to edit two typographical errors?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Casey.
I move that we approve Resolution 2538, approving the proposed charter amendments, changing the effective date of the charter and a typographical error.
Second. Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Discussion, seeing none, roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to item 16, request approval of resolution number 2539, and this pertains to ballot question number 9.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. This question, again, the proposed amendments were approved by the governing body on July 2nd to put the question forward to the voters. It was not a vote of supporting one direction or the other, but to place it on the ballot for voters to consider. And the proposal was approved without amending any language to the recommendation by the charter. Therefore, the question reads, and this is what we call the 4 to 8 question. And it also revises Article 2 of the charter. The question reads as follows: increasing councilors from 4 to 8 members. Should the city amend the Las Vegas Municipal Charter, Article 2, to require that the city's charter review, oops, dang it, I thought that came, did that come out? Is it still in here? I'm reading from my version, but I know I made an edit. The question on my copy reads the city's charter review commission, but I know I changed that to the city's the city council. If you can just check the packet. Either way, I need to make that edit.
Looking at the actual question.
Yeah, I'm looking at the actual question. What do you have? There's a typo in the question, in the resolution that's been put before you. It says the city's charter commission. It should say the city council. So I would recommend a revision
In the motion.
in the motion. The rest of it is, city council consists of 8 members elected from 4 dual-member districts for terms of 4 years with staggered terms of office between the 2 councilors from each district, and detailing the positions up for election in 2027.
Can you read it corrected, please?
Yes, I shall. I'll reread it. Should the city amend the Las Vegas Municipal Charter, Article 2, to require that the city council consist of 8 members elected from 4 dual-member districts for terms of 4 years with staggered terms of office between the 2 councilors from each district, and detailing the positions up for election in November 2027. And just a reminder, we had this discussion on July 2nd. If the voters approved this, they would do so in this election, but there would not be an election to actually go from 4 to 8 until 2027.
So that, with that recommendation in language change, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move to adopt Resolution 2539. I'm correct in saying that, right? No. With the changes to reflect the city council, the changes on the amendment for Article 2 as presented.
Motion by Councilman Martinez. I have a second. Again, I have a motion by Councilman Martinez with the recommended changes as presented by legal counsel. Do I have a second? Okay, one last time. We have a motion by Councilman Martinez with the recommended changes by legal counsel. Do I have a second?
And Mayor, for clarification, this is simply to place it on the ballot. It's not an approval of the initiative. It's just simply to put it on the ballot for a vote by the public.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Montoya.
This is a tough one. I mean,
Yeah, the citizens deserve to vote and decide what kind of government they want. My concern is, I've been here when it was 8 and it went back to 4. And the people spoke then. I don't know if we have the same generation out there today or not. We'd probably, I think that maybe we'd get a new city hall if we get 8 councilmen. Anyway, it's got its pros and cons. And this item might kill the next item, which is a salary increase. So, I mean, it's neither here or there. And, I'll second the motion for the purpose of allowing the citizens to decide what kind of government they want. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Montoya. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
You can stop frowning now, Gino.
I was like, I thought we've been down this road. But
It was going to cause edits to the next resolution.
Thank you.
Moving on to our final ballot question. This is our final resolution, approval of resolution number 2540, and this pertains to ballot question number 10.
Okay. Mayor, members of the governing body, this item relates to Article 2, governing body, specifically Section 2.06, compensation for the governing body members. At the July 2nd meeting, the governing body was presented with several options for compensation. Of those several options, at the July 2nd meeting, the governing body directed me to prepare a resolution on the option that would increase the annual compensation for the mayor and each councilor from $10,000 to $15,000. This resolution reflects that, and the question is as follows: increasing mayor and councilor compensation to $15,000. Should the Las Vegas Municipal Charter Article 2, Section 2.06, be amended to increase the annual compensation for the mayor and for each councilor from $10,000 to $15,000 each, for or against.
And just for clarification, it was, we were presented with three options.
Yes.
This was the option that was approved by this governing body to come to this resolution.
Correct. That's
What's the pleasure of the council?
You know, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Montoya?
these are tough decisions to make, you know, and somebody's got to make them. And I'll tell you again that, you know, it's up to the public to decide. You want somebody working for free or nearly free, or pay somebody to be more accountable. I mean, I explained it the last time by saying that $80,000 for 5 people equals 1 director, 1 individual, 1 position. And Las Vegas is getting their money's worth, I'll tell you that much. We have had issues hiring a city in-house attorney for the last 3 years. Why? Because we live in the rural areas and because we don't want to pay them enough. I mean, our city manager's position has been vacant now from time to time. We had to lift up that salary in order to attract somebody qualified and somebody that we wanted to have this city move forward. It's tough. I mean, people don't realize, and people can complain on Facebook that, you know, we sit up here and do nothing for $10,000 a year. I mean, $10,000 a year, you know what? I guess it helps, but in the long run, the hours that we all put in, I'm not kidding you. Those people that are interested in running for office on the 16th of this month, be aware that I hope you're not doing it for the money. It's a public service. And I'll tell you that, I mean, we're targets. I mean, we're targets. In the public's eye, we are targets. And I'm a good one. But I'll tell you, it's up to the people to decide what kind of government they want. And I would say that it's up to the people to decide how much their officials ought to get paid. Now, like the mayor mentioned, we did have 2 other options, where one of them was by percentages and the other one was, I can't remember all of it. But anyway, there were 2 other options, and this is what the option that we came up with that was more reasonable, that would have a chance to succeed in the election. So with no further ado, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to let the public know that they have the decision to approve this resolution number 2540, and shall the Las Vegas Municipal Charter, Article number 2, Section 2.06, to amend to increase the annual compensation for the mayor and each council for the $10,000 to $15,000 each per year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Second, motion by Councilman Montoya, second by Councilor Ulivari. Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Mr. Mayor, one question. That would go into effect when? I don't want to give people hopes.
That would go into effect January 1 of '26.
26. Okay. So it's not like we're giving ourselves a raise. It's up to the people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Roll call.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Martinez.
I just wanted to make note, just to add what, you know, what was mentioned by Counselor Montoya was other local officials in our community, county, they get paid $30,000, you know, annually. And
one meeting.
Look what time we're at. And we're still going. So I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention that this is something that needs to be at least looked at, and it gives the opportunity to the community to make that decision.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Olivari.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager. It's really ridiculous, really, because, you know, we got other municipalities that are, we're not here for the money. I've been here for a long time and never complained. I still don't complain because I love this small city, but it makes a difference. And the thing is that people out there, some look at the salary, some look at the work they have to do, and it takes a lot of work. The mayor, the city manager, you guys, you know, we all take a burn on it, but this is a good resolution, you know, I support it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Montoya.
You know, I want to thank the Charter Commission. I want to thank Mayor and Council for appointing the Charter Commission, for your time, your effort. It's all volunteered. You didn't get paid. You know, I thank our attorney for reviewing all this. I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I was a little bit kind of leery as to how we were going to present it. You know, I want to thank Mayor and Council for all their input and the process that we took. It was a civil process, I would say. Heads coming together to do a task that needed to be addressed. You know, our city manager came late into the ballgame, but he has his input too, and he gave his input too. So it's a long process, and we started early. You know, I want to thank the city clerk. She put in a lot of work. We started early, we planned it, we dated it as the segments went by. We met all deadlines. We can submit to, still promote it and submit it to the state's Secretary of State's office on time, and the whole works. The county is aware of what's going on and so forth. So it's been a really nice process to see flourish. I do want to say that Mr. City Manager, as well as Mayor and Council and Clerk and everyone involved, the task is ahead of us. And the task is going to be educating the public, promoting what needs to be promoted, and making sure that the end user, the voter, gets clarification as to what we're trying to do here. And it's not us personally, it's just the things that need to happen in order to move government forward in the right direction. So with that, Mayor, I thank you all. Appreciate it.
And I want to add to that, Counselor. First off, I know the committee has been officially dissolved, you know, in the work that they've done, but I do want to thank them. And Gina, I just want to make sure that we're clear here. You know, they've done their work as far as the Charter Commission, but they've afforded us, you know, the opportunity that they're willing to help spread the word. So we don't really need that to, you know, authorize them. They could do that on their own. Am I correct?
They can do it on their own. It's a personal commitment.
Okay. So with that being said, you know, thank you to the Charter Commissioners that have offered their services to, you know, to basically, you know, discuss and clearly communicate to the community how they came about. I do want to say, you know, and thanks to this governing body, I think we went probably 95% of, we went with 95% of the recommendations. There was a couple that, you know, I mean, and it's totally understood, but 95%, that says a lot. And the group and the commissioners that we put together were a diverse group of our community, you know, from the youth, you know, we had Ms. Meredith Britt, we had, you know, men and women in it, from all wards. You know, I think to me that's probably been the most diverse commission that we've had. So, you know, I think they're going to be the ones to sell this and the recommendations of what they recommended to us, and at the end of the day, they're just committee members. They had nothing to gain from this. And all we did, like I said, we went with 95% of the recommendations. So basically, everything that we approved here tonight was recommendations from community members and not elected officials. So I just wanted to make that clear. So with that, Ms. Cassandra, thank you, Gino. I guess Cassandra said she's going to miss you because she's not going to be on the phone with you so often. But we're done, and we'll see what happens.
We've got one more day of work together to finalize these resolutions, get them signed, get them submitted.
I do want to thank the mayor and the governing body for the vision that you had for this year's Charter Commission. And also thank you for providing legal support to them, whether it was me or it could have been another firm. The legal support, I think, made a difference. And what they survived and what you've survived are some major changes in state legislation, applying the ethics, the Governmental Conduct Act, the changes in the New Mexico Election Code, all of these. That made this a really tough lift for you. I'd like to think that the next time the charter meets, which I think is every 5 years, that there won't be so many statutory changes that have to be implemented, that we can get it down to 2 or 3 or 4 questions that don't have to be as substantive as they needed to be this year. But thank you. I do want to say thank you because you led a really good, effective process. And I, finally, we never thank Cassandra enough. Yeah. She's the mama bear that leads us all and gets it done. So thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to executive session.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to make a recommendation. I believe that my recommendation is that I can address individual comments with individual counselors associated with the update that we were going to provide in closed session. And I believe I can accommodate that update with you individually if you wanted to dispense with the closed session piece. I know that the public and the mayor and council have been waiting on the open session discussion associated with item 18. And my recommendation, if it's the will of the mayor and the council, would be to dispense with the closed session and go directly to 18 for the open session discussion on the investigation. And I would defer to council if they would feel that would be an appropriate recommendation.
Sure. Mayor, members of council, I do believe that's an appropriate recommendation. I will let you know, though, because you've got a mixture of attorney-client privilege and publicly disclosed information. I've read what Ms. Nichols is going to read and present to you as the public portion of the report, but I would just give you manage your expectations that it's going to be a limited ability to answer any questions because a lot of it relates to confidential personnel information. But I do agree that Robert will be able to answer your questions in the one-on-one meetings with you, in which he will have a copy of the full attorney-client privileged report.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I totally defer to you. I was just offering that as an alternative. If you want to go in closed session, that's entirely up to the Mayor and Council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Casey.
Just for your edification, this is another issue that gave me a major headache. The wording on the motion to go into a closed meeting is very, in my opinion, convoluted and difficult to understand what the purpose of that boldface sentence really means. And I believe that also created a lot of anxiety and disharmony and questions in the minds of some of our employees, which I think
It's not a good thing to do.
especially in this particular area, because they've already been through an awful lot. And they do not have to feel like they are being singled out or attacked in any way again. And I agree with them on that. And so
I have a real problem with just the language itself.
And I don't know how anybody would even want to make a motion to go into executive session by reading the way the language is presented to us in this particular
portion of the meeting.
Without disclosing anything that would be confidential attorney-client information, the second portion of the bolded language is what we've been discussing, which is the investigation of water incident complaints relating to actions involving individual city employees. I understand and respect your description that maybe the first half of that sentence and the second half are being read together. But our presence here today and Ms. Nichols' presence here is only on the second half of that sentence, starting with investigation.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Mayor and Councilwoman Casey, I appreciate very much your comment and your question, and Madam Clerk and I have had a follow-up discussion, and moving forward, we will work a lot closer. I take partial responsibility for that, and I'll take full responsibility, I guess I'll say it that way, and we'll work on it to improve that communication so that we engage with council and sure we don't have any discrepancy of language and also understanding.
And Mayor and council members, let me be clear too, this is a team effort, so that's something I should have caught and been engaged in also. So I take partial responsibility for the phrasing also.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Shared responsibility.
may I ask, Mr. City Attorney, you know the presentation and you know what it's involved. Do you recommend executive session or not? Do you believe we have questions and concerns that we need to?
What I can entertain is this, that you move to the report by Ms. Nichols. And if you want to come back and go into executive session to have deeper discussion, you have the opportunity to do so. But she can read the report, which does summarize the findings. And then if you feel the need, you can go back up to the previous agenda item to go.
Thank you.
Session.
Fair, everybody? Just make a motion. So we really wouldn't need a motion, we would just go to that next item, am I correct?
Yes.
So then moving on to item 18, reporting on findings of after-action review investigation of the February water incident. We have Ms. Stevie Nichols with Ortiz and Zamora Attorneys at Law, LLC.
Mayor, do you want to wait for all governing body members to be present?
I'm confused. Yeah, let's. I'm confused.
It's Mr. Gino and Stevie, again, thank you for all the work that you've done. I know you were tasked with, by the previous city manager, you know, into this, to this, you know, water, you know, basically a summary of what happened and what were the causes or possibilities of the February event. So as we go through this is the first time even I receive it, Mr. City Manager receives it, so pretty much, you know, what's gonna be presented here as the public hears us out, as, you know, was promised to the community, is we're all hearing it here for the first time. Is that fair in saying, Mr. Robert Anaya?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
So with that, I guess, Mr. Anaya, you know, we'll hear this and we'll go from there. And again, governing body, if there's more specific questions that might get into personnel, Mr. City Attorney, if there might be discussion or questions, you know, please jump in and stop us before we get into that liability. Thank you.
Mayor.
Welcome.
Members of the governing body, thank you for having me tonight, and thank you for that clarification as well.
Lean into the mic.
Thank you.
You have to tap it in order for it to turn red. There you go.
Fancy. All right. Good evening. It's working. First and foremost, I want to just stress the importance that we were brought on to conduct an administrative review, and I discussed this maybe at one of the prior, or two of the prior council meetings. And that review was of the water plant management operations and of city administration. And it's important that I stress right off the bat that we found that there was no malfeasance amongst any of those entities that we investigated. Meaning that there was no malfeasance, there was no intentional neglect, any intentional wrongdoing to be found in the city's administration of the water treatment facilities. It's also important for me right up front to stress that the city's management of the water treatment plant, as is, it's in compliance with state law. State law does require a what's called a level 4 operator, and the city has a level 4 operator managing the plant through its contractor, Souder Miller and Associates, and through 4 city employees who serve under that operator, and they all possess the requisite skill set to maintain the water treatment plant properly. So while we did find that there was no intentional malfeasance on the part of any employee or contractor, there was an urgent need for the management of the water treatment operations to be greatly improved. And since that time, administrators, including Manager Anaya, have made strides and made really important steps toward meeting that compliance and bringing the water treatment plant into compliance. If you'll turn with me, I'm just going to go over the overview just to remind everyone why we're here and why we're sitting here. And that's that back in February, on February 14th, the city issued what was called a voluntary boil water advisory. And that was because of a lack of water pressure in the water distribution system. And then the following Monday, as a result of the New Mexico Environment Department stepping in, they said that they required the city to issue another mandatory boil water advisory. And that was because the turbidity of the water entering the distribution system exceeded regulatory requirements. So what we found was there was no single issue, no single contributor that caused this emergency. I think I talked about that with you all last time. And so I outlined those in my summary of findings, that a number of factors contributed to this emergency, including one, that there's limited rural staffing and expertise available. We talked about that even with some of the other positions earlier tonight. It's just tough to sometimes recruit the certification and the expertise that you may need here. Number 2, mistakes made by prior utilities and water treatment plant management. Number 3, differing opinions and assessments between experts in the water treatment field. Number 4, differing interests and competing analyses among a multitude of consultants, management, and administrators for the city. And number 5 is that there were ongoing operational issues with the water treatment plant, including insufficient water in the distribution system storage tanks, equipment failures, the effect of inclement weather, and inadequate operation and process control. So I said this earlier, but I just want to reiterate that the New Mexico Environmental Department does require certified licensed water treatment plant operators in order to manage all water treatment facilities in the state. This one specifically, you meet the state mandated level 4 operator requirement. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, I just want to make sure and Ms. Salas brought this to my attention. Under the overview, the mandatory boil order was for 4 weeks, not for months. I just wanted to
Thank you for
make that known. Thank you, Ms. Salas. My apology, I just wanted to make sure that was.
After speaking with a number of people, including administrators, including contractors, including employees, the general consensus from a large number of people I spoke to, they said that the plant does need updating, but building a plant may not be the most immediate need. It may not be the best use of the money, and that the best path forward right now is investing in repairing better equipment with the existing water treatment plant. We have recommendations, and that's to implement standard operating procedures to maintain the water tanks. And it says at 65 to 80% full, and that's directly speaking to how to the cause of the boil water advisory back in February. Also to review the contract and address the concerns with the contractor that manages the plant to meet the current city needs under the new administrators. And so that contract was originally drafted under some prior administration. And so we recommend that you review that and make sure that it's meeting your current community needs. Also to implement financial support for training. This was a consistent concern, and from administrators, contractors, employees alike, just that there be that support for utilities management and so not just the operators, but the management as well, to be able to take that water operator certification training. Number 4, in recruiting, your recruiting efforts to bring in other water treatment operators, which can be challenging, right, because of needing to have people who do have that certification. But in those recruiting efforts, to make clear what is required, just to try and deter folks coming in and leaving when they realize how hard it is and how much is required of them. And then finally, just to have a collaborative pipeline with some of the local educational institutions, including New Mexico Highlands and Luna, and just to ensure that there are pathways and training opportunities for students who are local, and to build that workforce so that you can start hiring from within. I think that's it for now.
Okay. Councilors? And I think, as this investigation has gone on, I think, to me, the one that really stands out is the summary of findings, number 5, and I think that's, we've had a town hall with the governor, and, so a couple of these ones were brought up. So some of these ones aren't of surprise, but I think It just, not too surprising, I guess, because we've already, addressed some of these issues, Travis and Mr. Anaya. But I think what this does do is, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is ready for public. We could submit this to the public. There's no, redactions or anything that we need to do.
That's correct, this one.
Okay. So, with that, counselors, I don't know if you guys have any questions or.
Yeah, the only.
And again, Mr. Zamora, if we get into that personnel, please stop us and.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify on the evaluation piece. There's a name there that's exactly, I don't know how it'll be presented, okay? But that name is also mine, so I just want to make sure and be clear that there's a difference between the two individuals, okay? So I just wanted to be certain that that's, cleared up.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. I don't know if you remember that when I called you about this several months back,
You did.
I was confused as well.
You did, yes.
So I don't know that there's a way we can clarify that, but
I think you can put a notation saying this is not the city councilor.
Contractor or something,
Yeah.
something to
Specify.
specify, please.
Yeah.
It doesn't look good.
I do want to say when Councilman Martinez reached out, he said, well, they reached out to me about the investigation. I'm like, well, I'm the mayor, how come they didn't call me? So now it makes sense.
Mayor,
Mr. Anaya?
just a couple of thoughts, perspectives. I would say associated with recommendations and also background that one of the things that I recognized early on was there needs to be on a continuous basis transparency of information from administration, from our staffing at the water plant, coordination with the contractor and communications back to the mayor and council. And I think that one item in itself, I can expressly say, has been the focus of a lot of my work in recent weeks in communication and direct coordination with Mr. Martinez, Travis Martinez, Mr. Marvin Martinez, the operator at the water plant, and the collective team and other consultants that work directly with the actions and work associated with the delivery of clean, viable water to the citizens of Las Vegas. So we've rectified that transparency piece and communication piece amongst all parties. And I could tell you that beyond just those parties that work directly at the water treatment facility, the whole team, including our clerk, including our police chief, including our fire chief, including Lucas Marquez, and the rest of our key leadership, have all signed an agreement of not only coordination and communication, but full transparency of information. And so we've done that, and we are, that's in progress. And so I look to Mr. Martinez and the folks here in this room that we're well on our way to assuring that information flows backward and forward and up and down and every way we need to have it flow, ultimately to this governing body, but internally in the daily work and the operation of the water treatment facility that we have. And so that's agreed upon, that's all been signed off on, and we're gonna continue that effort in the interest of full transparency and full teamwork, oriented work related to the water treatment facility.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your point number 4 on the recommendations, recruiting additional water treatment operators. I think there are several reasons why people don't stay. One, it's a huge, huge responsibility. And I don't think people understand that. And it's very stressful to know that you're in a position
that you have to make sure that everything you do is perfect so that it doesn't affect the water quality or, you know, anything for the community. And that's one issue that we have that is difficult to keep people here. But I also would like to maybe recommend that in our budget, we make sure that there is money available not only to send people to get certified in the different levels of working at the water treatment plant, but also that maybe we can bring in trainers that can work here and work with the employees at the water treatment plant so that they see, oh, okay, this is what I have to do. It's very different when you read or you see a drawing of a, you know, a filter, water filter thing or whatever. I have no idea what they look like. And maybe some people that get hired don't either. And looking at a picture of it just doesn't do it. You have to see it in action. You have to touch it, feel it, smell it, look at it, and think, wow, I didn't know it was this big, or wow, I didn't know it was going to cost $11 million or whatever. Those are the kinds of things that we need to do to keep our employees, keep them engaged and educated on what they need to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Montoya.
Oh, thank you very much for this outcome. It was a hard crisis that we went through. When we have our businesses closing, when we have our businesses moving out of town, when we have businesses or people eating on paper plates, plasticware, it was tough. But to me, I think that we do have an old system, and apparently, as far as yesterday's meeting, I mean, it's a system that can produce the water that the city requires. And yeah, it does need upgrading. We are going to get a new plant and so forth. But I guess what I'm asking is, you really didn't get to the root of what caused this crisis, other than an old system. I think that the public are the ones that requested to find out what had happened. And I know, I mean, we can't go into details and names and numbers and so forth, but are we in a position, point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry.
Are we in a position that this can happen again? Is that part of this investigation? How are we going to prevent that from happening again? And I know Mr. Anaya is going in a different direction and in a positive direction, and I understand all that. We're going to be more accountable, and we're going to be more transparent and everything. But is this possible to happen again this next monsoon season, for instance?
Mayor and Councilor Montoya, to contextualize it, definitely respect Councilor Montoya's question. I just want to, again, put in context the origins of the investigation and the assignment to a law firm to examine procedurally what occurred. I think your questions may go more towards an engineering assessment than a legal review of processes.
Okay. And I think that's where I'm leading, is, you know, we pay millions and millions of dollars to engineering firms to run the facility. And we have our own city employees that are doing the job, which I know, I mean, they're being accountable. But at the end of the day, you know, we pay millions of dollars to these firms. And my blank behind my head is, can this happen again? And I mean, is it possible we still have the same system, We've upgraded the filters and so forth. We're still lacking 2 more filters, but can we have another crisis like this one? I mean, what's preventing us from not having one?
So, Mr. Manager, and I don't know, how comfortable you are with this, or maybe Travis, if you guys jointly.
I don't mind affording Travis the opportunity to respond, but I'm gonna respond to it this way, from perspective. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, there was an investigation that was asked to be done, and the investigation transpired, and there was a lot of questions that went on between Ms. Nichols and the team associated with many, many individuals. If we try and in any way dissect individually the collective of what happened within that investigation, I think that's a rabbit hole that I don't think we want to go down respectfully. I think from my perspective, coming in 2 months ago and to this point, my interest is to assure that the people that need to continue to communicate and work together do so, including our staff, including our consultants, including our contract operator, and that we mitigate and fix those things advancing forward, and that we go in that manner forward. Because we could go on and on and on. And so I say that respectfully, that at this point, we have a water system that we've been managing with our operator, with our staff, that is in current compliance with the associated requirements of the state of New Mexico, and that we are working and have been working through the administrative order in direct compliance and coordination with the state of New Mexico. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Montoya, could this happen? Absolutely. I mean, I think no one, can forecast what the future might hold, but what we will do as a team collectively is work collaboratively to put mechanisms in place, procedures, processes, communication tools to do our very best to mitigate and reduce the risk, which I think is the goal as a city government, period, is mitigate risk as best we can with training, with communication, with coordination, with policies and procedures. And so I appreciate and want Mr. Martinez, our water director, to come forward and provide some feedback. But I also want to caution ourselves to not continue down a rabbit hole that won't engage us in the process of moving forward. And so I say that to everybody, and I say it respectfully that I think we're in a place that shows no malfeasance, and that we have some recommendations, and let's move forward. And so that's my individual respectful perspective. Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Martinez speaks about, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole or whatever, but in order for us to fix the problem, we got to know what happened. I mean, otherwise we can't move forward. And to me, I think that we need to hold the iron to the fire when we have 16,000 people in demand, and that's our constituents. And they want to know answers too. And to me, like I said, we pay our engineers, our consultants, millions of dollars, and either somebody kind of didn't follow through on what needed to be happening, and if we don't know what happened, I don't see how we can fix forward. And I understand Mr. Anaya's direction and his way of thinking and where we're going and all that. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're sitting here approving contract after contract for our utilities to be there to tell us what's going on and how we're going to fix it and how we're going to move forward. A lot of those things weren't brought up to mayor and council for whatever reason. I don't know if it's past administrations or what, but either way, I think some of that could have been prevented. And that's all I'm saying, is I'm not pointing fingers or blaming anybody, but I'm telling you that in order for a crisis like that to happen, some things were not followed and some things were not right, and that's why we landed up where we landed up. And in order to fix them, we gotta know where we've been to fix them so that don't occur again. And what I don't want is for it to have another crisis in our hands. And I hope, Mr. Martinez, you can assure us of that. Thank you.
Before he starts, I'm gonna go ahead and, so Councilman, if you read the summary of findings, and I think, I mean, you're spot on, I think we have all the same frustration, but I think if you read it 2, 3, and 4, different interests and competing analysis among multiple consultants, management, you also have mistakes made by prior utilities and water treatment plant management. So I think, you know, your frustrations and the issues that I know we all feel internally, but if you go to the summary of findings, it's I guess you could say summarized, it's not, you know, to the full extent, you know, but the summary is there, so, you know, those issues, that's one thing that I can give, you know, Mr. City Manager, he's got them all to the table and said, hey, remember the city of Las Vegas and you work for us. So that's one thing that I give him, and same thing with Travis. So, Mr. Martin, you know, just to address that, those, so, Mr. Mart.
I did read that, and thank you for reminding us about that, and I think maybe that should have been highlighted. Yeah, thank you.
So, Mr. Martinez.
So to Mayor, Council, to go back to everything, now that this investigation has been said, the investigation that was done by the Drinking Water Bureau proclaimed it's pretty much equipment failure. The filter beds, under drains, you know, they were constructed in 1988. New media was installed in 92, 93. The filter bed life is about 10 years, 15 maximum. Do the math on that one. As far as utilities goes, everything was done on point, communication to the next level. After that, reporting to Drinking Water Bureau, being in contact with them 24/7, all the reporting, everything was done. To get to the root cause of what you're asking for, Mr. Montoya, I would respectfully let the city manager answer that question. We've already been through back and forth, me and him. And as far as this investigation goes, there are a lot of stuff that I do agree with on that. You know, being in this position for only a year and dealing with prior issues that I've had to deal with, I mean, if you guys know, I had to deal with the 2021 sanitary survey. I was not even the director at 2021 sanitary survey. Usually they're supposed to be done within 3-4 months of being issued. The 2024 sanitary survey was issued back in January, February, and it's already been completed and it's been submitted. And to Mr. Anaya's point, when working with them, we have caught up, we have done our compliance. You know, a lot of issues pertaining to water treatment plant, to process control, to adequate, those are things, you know, that have been in prior, a lot of you guys know this, with an older facility. That's why I've turned our budget away from a lot of other projects and put them into upgrades, so that way we can have a water treatment plant to get us to a new water treatment plant. I'm sorry, let me back that up. Get us an upgraded water treatment plant to get us to the new water treatment plant. And with Mr. Anaya's backing and everything that he's been doing for the water treatment plant since he's got in, and thank God he's got in, you know, we have made big strides to be in compliance. You know, as far as the administrative order, you guys know that I first came in and that was like the first thing I got from the state was an administrative order. Good way to start a career, right? So I've been dealing with the administrative order, and I tell you guys it all depends on the running annual average, and we are in compliance with everything that we have done. But now that I'm able to say it, the Drinking Water Bureau did do their investigation, which I did mention when she investigated us, that it was equipment failure.
You know, and then I had Councilman Ulibarri that was,
I just had
and then I'll let you.
I've been here since our water crisis came down, and, you know, we were misinformed. Our directors, our city manager, they didn't get to our council, to our mayors and tell us what was going on. We went into this crisis and it was hard. We got the heat from our residents. And the thing is now that we're trying to put everything together. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. And that's what I'm looking at.
I totally agree with you and I totally understand. Like I said, as far as utilities goes, every proper procedure was taken care of. I let Mr. Anaya talk to that other part to it to get to what Mr. Montoya wants. But as far as utilities goes, every protocol was followed, even city policy.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Montoya, and then Mr. City Manager.
You know what? You kind of hit a little nail on the head there when you talk about your past position before becoming director a year ago.
Project manager?
Yeah, about where you were and how, to me, my understanding is you weren't as well informed as to all the things that were going on when you were in the other position a year ago.
So as far as project manager goes, when I was working with project management, I was basically dealing with all the funded projects. I was never dealing with operations or anything like that. So when it came down to water distribution, wastewater, customer service, or any type of facility citywide, anything that was federally funded, state funded, anything like that, those are the projects that we took on.
So I think I've said this before to the other administration that was there before, that if there's anything that that department needed, we had funding available. And mayor and council were supportive of doing that. Any upgrades, no matter how much the filters cost or whatever happened. But I'm going to assure you, and Mr. Anaya, that we don't want that happening again. And if you're in need, Mr. Anaya, of any funding or anything for that water treatment plant to stay alive, we got to do what we got to do. We cannot have another crisis like that.
And to that point, Councilor Montoya, to give you a little bit of background, when I first got put in this position, first thing I brought to mayor and to the city manager at the time was a tier list. I gave them a copy of what needed to be taking place at the water treatment plant, and I got the go-ahead. So we started replacing, we started doing everything. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but at the end of 2024, back in January, the state came in, before we had the incident, the state came in and they gave us a presidential award for most upgraded water treatment plant in the northern region of New Mexico. You know, unfortunately, we weren't able to get to the filter bids in time, but that was on the tier list. And like I said, I was transparent from everything that I had brought forward and stuff like that. But as far as what you're asking for, I want to let the city manager reply to you on that one. I know the investigation, sorry, what was it? Your name again?
Oh, Stevie Nichols.
Stevie Nichols. She did what she was asked of. But as far as it goes from the city side, like I said, utilities did everything as per protocol. And I'll let the city manager speak to that if need be.
I think my questions have been answered.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the last comment I have is that there's been a process, there's an investigation that's come to a close with some recommendations, and I think it's only appropriate to, relative to the recommendations, afford Mr. Martinez and the staff at the plant the ability and the opportunity to provide a response associated to the recommendations and the work that's already taken place and those frameworks that have been well underway associated with SOP, standard operating procedures, and other matters directly related to the water plants. I think it's only appropriate and fair to afford Mr. Martinez you that opportunity to provide some additional feedback for the mayor and the council for background and information and progress. And so I would say that as my closing comment, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you. Councilors, anything else?
I do think also, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple changes, so I do think we should probably give these back to the law firm so they can make those corrections. And then we will get the final, if you will, for disclosure. Yeah, you good?
Can I keep this copy?
Thank you.
So I can have something to respond to?
Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate that.
Okay, that's fine.
With that, Mr. Zamora, so there was one item that, Counselor brought up now. I know we basically went to item 18, without discussing this water investigation, but there was a matter that I think, the council, real quick, if we could go into executive session pertaining to criminal charges against two city employees, that they'd like to hear, all of us together. So could we go into executive session for that specific reason?
You are able to do that. And I think just for clarification, that's unrelated to the
Yes.
report that was presented.
Yeah.
They were like, what's going on?
So with that, when you guys want to make some motion? To specifically just,
Mr. Mayor, I move that we convene into executive session for the purpose of discussing criminal charges against two city employees in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act and MSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2, limited personnel matters.
motion by Councilman Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez? Counselor Casey? Counselor Olivari? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
I'd like to entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we return to regular session after being in executive session for the purpose of discussing criminal charges against two city employees under the, in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, 1978, Section 10-15-1H2, limited personnel matters.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Roll call.
And just to mention that no action was taken.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey and a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Olivari. Meeting's adjourned.